Right, we're recording.
Thank you, Sarah. Good evening, members. This is officers of the council here tonight. This is a live meeting of the council being loaded up onto YouTube. The council got no control over the comments, so please be aware of that. Can you remain mute unless you're being asked to speak? And if you wish to indicate to speak, please use the raised hand functions. During the meeting, please keep your phones on silent or mute. And that's everything, Sarah, because I haven't got that piece of paper. Right, Sarah, item 1, apologies for absence. I understand we have one apology.
Now we have Councillor Mackenzie is substituting for Councillor Schrader.
And Sarah, I believe we have some group leaders here. We have Councillor Kevin Blake, leader of the Absolutely Independent group, and Councillor Headley as deputy leader of the Conservative group.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sarah. Members, are there any declarations of interest? Okay, then. I think just to be on the safe side, because some of the stuff crosses over with Essex. Both I and Councillor Henry are both county councillors, and of course Councillor Headley is as well, just to be on the safe side. Right, minutes of the 12th of January 2021. Are there any comments? No. So if members of the committee can unmute themselves, and I'll call you out alphabetically, if you can tell me how you'd like to vote. Councillor Golden, how will you be voting, please?
I'd support the minutes in favour.
Councillor Henry?
For.
Councillor Rimmer?
For.
Obviously, Andrew Schrader's not here tonight. Councillor Yacoub?
For.
Councillor Mackenzie, how will you be voting, please?
I abstain because I wasn't there.
That's okay. And I shall be voting in favour. So that item of business is dealt with. Then we go to item 4, the Basildon Community Transport Service performance update, and I believe that is Grant Taylor leading on that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I struggled to get in today. Is Tina here from Basildon Community Transport as well?
It looks like she's connecting.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, it looks like she's come on by telephone, Grant.
Okay, no problem at all. So, thank you very much, Councillor. What I'll do is I'm going to give a very brief introduction, and then I will pass over to Tina to talk about the work she's been doing over the period of the SLA, in particular, the important period of the last year, and provide any of the committee with those opportunities that might want to ask questions of Tina for what she does. So just for ensuring that people know, Basildon Community Transport Service are a local charity. They're based over with us at the George Hurd Centre, one of our tenants there, and they support older residents and those with disabilities with their community transport needs, and offer a series of other general services for mostly older residents, including toenail cutting, the hire of mobility equipment and the like. And they've been doing that successfully in our borough for over 20 years now. The reason that we are here at committee, particularly this time, is they have a service level agreement with Basildon Council, which comes to a close on the 31st of March this year. And tonight's report is therefore seeking committee approval to be able to allow the council to enter into a further 3-year agreement from the 1st of April this year. That's the provision for the running of community transport and the other services. And we're looking at £50,000 per annum for the duration of those 3 years, as well as an additional £26,000 for the additional services, general services as we call them, as well. It's clearly been a difficult year for many of our voluntary sector providers over the last year, but it should be understood that the work that Basildon Community Transport Service have done pre-COVID remained of an excellent quality, being able to service and support some of our more socially isolated, or those at risk of it at least, residents, to be able to access shopping, to be able to access our activity centres, and to be able to stay mobile, healthy and well. Clearly over the last year, it's had a huge impact on the way that they would deliver services, as we would expect. But I am pleased to be able to report that once we found our feet, Basildon Community Transport Service have been very supportive of the council and our partners, certainly over the last number of school holidays, helping us get our food parcels delivered to low-income families that have been part of the school holiday programme that the council has been working on with Active Essex and the like. So I think ultimately it's a good, well-run contract. We obviously ensure that the service level agreement is being met vigorously, and the reporting from the group has remained very prompt and positive. And I don't know, Tina, if you are there, whether you wanted to speak at all about over the last 3 years. And whether there's any questions. Sorry, one thing I should say is there is an underspend from this year. Apologies, everyone. Now that is a grant made to the group. So what we are proposing as part of the report is that we will track the expenditure of that funding over the next year. That funding that's been unspent this year is vitally important to ensuring that BCTS have that are COVID secure for their operation at the point at which they can do so. The vehicles have been laying more idle than they would normally do, which is going to need more work to ensure that they remain safe and are fit for purpose. There will also be a requirement for additional work to be undertaken with regards to making things COVID secure, with regards to PPE and the like as well. So our volunteer support officer will certainly work with Tina and her team to ensure that happens. Thank you. Tina. Hi, Tina. Are you muted at all? I don't know whether there's any questions, Councillor Smith, for myself while we try and get Tina on.
Okay. What I'm going to do, I saw Councillor Rim and I saw Mr. Wood's hand go up, but can all members please use the raise hand function, because we've got a lot of pictures of different people here, so the raise hand function, make sure everyone gets a chance to speak. Councillor Rimmer, you have the floor, and as soon as Tina Tickner is able to speak, she'll be back.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Smith. On this raised hand function, very briefly, before I move on to my point, I don't think it's transparent enough for residents because they won't be able to see it in the YouTube channel. And if we want to have open democracy, I think we should be able to see when people are putting up their hands or not. But that's the point. You can address that later, Mr. Chairman, of course.
Well, Councillor Rimmer, it's there to catch my eye, so I'll make sure everyone is able to speak.
Yes, but I've
Anyway,
made my
so what's
point,
your
Mr.
question,
Chairman.
please?
I've made my point, you've made yours. I was going to say that in terms of this, I wanted to understand from Grant why we're cutting the budget in real terms for this charity, because obviously if we were using CPI, there should have been an increase of about £3,500 in terms of funding for the charity. But what we've done is we've kept the budget exactly the same. And we're hearing that there's actually, that due to the lockdown, the savings that they've made with the underspend, they're going to be able to use those on much needed maintenance for vehicles, which are going to get more expensive. So there's clearly a lot of inflationary pressure that's already built into this sort of equation, but we don't seem to have taken inflation into account with the funding. So it's just an understanding why, in real terms, the officers are recommending that we're cutting the budget on this.
Grant, did you want to comment before I commented?
No, well, yeah, of course. Sorry, yes, Councillor. I mean, obviously, as an officer, I've got service budgets, and that's what's aligned to this service level agreement. So that's what it's proposing. I mean, I would say that the underspend this year, quite right as you point out, is helpful and can support that additional works, but I think that is also supportive. But I would welcome the committee's views, really. But as I say, as an officer, I'm provided with the budget for the service level agreements, and that's what we've been working to.
Okay. Did you want to go on, Councillor Rim, before I respond to your question?
Yeah, sorry, I was just thinking, Mr. Chairman, because this is such a valuable service and it aligns with your agenda on the Purple Pound as well. And I'm just thinking that could we propose here that we at least increase this by CPI in terms of what CPI has been on average over the last 3 years. There's funding a commitment to this very worthwhile service that's even been helping out with the council's school meals programme, as I understand, in December and February. So I think we need to sort of show our support.
Councillor Rimmer, I think if you heard what Grant Taylor said, that they've got a £23,000 underspend. So
Correct.
if we went
I read the report,
Rimmer,
yes.
I listened to what you said perfectly well, with respect, and it goes both ways. So what you suggested was a £3,000 a year increase and increasing in amounts with each year. They have an underspend of 23,000. They are being well looked after on that particular point. I appreciate and hear what you're saying, but we've got other speakers. Councillor Henry, you have the floor.
Sorry, Chairman, I think Mr. Woods was looking to speak before me.
What I do, elected members of the committee speak first, tenant leaseholder reps and group leaders.
Has Tina been able to join us, or are we able to hear her yet? Do we know?
Any luck, Sarah?
It looks like yes, she has at the bottom there. We've got two seem to be open for Tina. So Tina, can you put your camera on and make us aware that you are able to speak and we can hear you?
It's showing that Tina's got her mute button on, it would appear as well.
Which Tina?
There's two Tinas. I've let them both in.
Yeah.
Point of order in the meantime. I'd like to
hold on,
put forward an amendment.
Councillor Rimmer, if you want to speak, stick your hand up, but we're trying to get Tina on the line and you can have your little political charade
Tina,
show.
are you able to have the sound on so we can hear you? Looks like we're down to one Tina now, doesn't it? No, we're not getting any response. Sorry, apologies.
Okay then, Sarah. So, Jeff, did you want to finish off before I go to Mr. Wood?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Grant, for the presentation. What I was going to be asking Tina was how was her team, how were they coping, how were they faring with what's been going on. I think largely, I mean, while I accept Councillor Rimmer's point of view on this, and you know, we're all for if we can get more money for people, we'll get more money for people. But what I would say is, you know, I've been on this committee almost 3 years, and I think it's you know, we signed this up, Andrew, yourself, Kerry, and me 3 years ago when we were sat on the opposite sides of the table to each other. It's a fairly boilerplate thing. It's a very valuable service to the community. Obviously, if there's an opportunity to squeeze some more money out of the back of the sofa and pump it into them, let's do it. But you know, for my part, I certainly wouldn't have any objections to going with a recommendation on this. I think they're delivering a valuable service, and you know, whatever we can do to help them will be fine with me. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other, Councillor, when we've asked everybody else to speak, I'll come to you. You've got my word. Are there any other elected members of the committee wishing to speak before I go to Mr. Wood? I see that as a no. Mr. Wood, you have the floor, please.
It's on mute.
Mr. Wood, can you put your speakers on, please?
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Is there any way that the service can be used, logistic problems aside, for helping people actually get to these sites where they're possibly going to have the COVID jabs? People that may be, vulnerable without transport, elderly. Is there any way that anything like that can be done?
Grant?
So, I mean, it is really is a question for Tina, but depending on her COVID secure measures, I would think there are possibilities. I think all I can do, Mr. Woods, is promise to take that with Tina at the point I can speak to her, perhaps tomorrow.
Okay,
It's a very good point.
Yeah, it would make life easier for those that are worried about booking their appointments, etc. And hopefully to get more people inoculated quicker, perhaps.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any group leaders wishing to speak before I go to Councillor Rimmer? I see it as no. Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right,
I'd
I
like.
understand. Hold on, Councillor Rimmer. If you're psychic, give me the winning lottery numbers and you'll get rid of me for good. Failing that, I understand you have an amendment.
Yes.
So if you could read, Sarah, are you ready to take down Councillor Rimmer's amendment, please? Are you ready, Sarah? Councillor Rimmer, if you could kindly read out your amendment to Sarah, who will write that down, please.
Yes, of course. So it was really to actually amend the both recommendations, 1 and 2, to include a further award of the average CPI for the 3 years, for the last 3 years. So, and to agree an additional £3,500 worth of funding for each year.
Okay. Well, before we catch, so while Sarah's writing that, I've got Tina Ticker back in the room. Are you able to speak, Tina? Because we can hold this amendment for a moment and allow you to have the floor, and then we can second Councillor Rimmer's amendment. Tina, can you speak so we can hear you if you're there? Can't hear a thing, Tina.
Oh, hang on.
That's it. You're in the room. You've got the floor. You've gone silent there.
It says Tina's connecting, so it might just be a little bit slow.
Okay.
Just.
Must be the internet. I said, well, Tina's got that thing there connecting to audio. Councillor Rimmer, which one of your group is seconding your amendment?
Councillor Henry.
Henry, that'll do. Right. No, I think what we'll do, we'll let Tina try and connect and we'll deal with the amendment now.
Okay.
Yeah. Councillor Henry, did you want to speak to the seconding of this amendment?
Could I speak just very briefly to the proposal?
Sorry, I thought you had done. I beg your pardon, please.
No worries. It's essentially, just as things stand with the officer proposal, it's effectively arguing for a cut in terms of real terms. I appreciate what they're looking at in terms of accounting, but they've actually had the underspend. I read that in the report. But we also got to think about future years when we come to review this again in 3 years' time. If we set the right precedents that inflation has been linked in there, then it's putting it on a good path going forward with future spending. It's clear from the report that they're not too clear how what the end result of the underspend will be, because they don't know how much the service will be used in the final quarter. Also from the report, it states that there is a need for capital investment, and that's what they're going to be using the underspend on in terms of allowing staff to work from home rather than getting them into the office. So I think that the decent thing for us to do would be to accept their word on this, and that they don't know exactly how much the underspend will be at the end of the year, but they have the need for capital expenditure, but there's the need to maintain those vehicles, and that actually anything other than including an inflation increase would actually be a cut in real terms. And on that basis, on the basis of all the hard work they've done for us and our elderly people in the borough, and also in terms of school children, in terms of the school meals programme from the council that they've helped deliver, I think it would be only right to have that inflation linked increase added in there. Thank you.
Okay, then, Councillor Henry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have any other points to make. As I said, if we can squeeze some extra pounds out for Tina and her team to deliver and continue to deliver better, I'm very happy to do so. But in every other regard, if we lose the amendment, I'm very happy to vote for the recommendations as was. Thank you.
Lovely. Any other speakers on this amendment? Okay, I see that as a no. What I would say is what I said a moment earlier. I'm very happy to support that. Okay, Thursday night we're voting on the budget. £3,500 in the grand scheme of council funding. I think we can find that £3,500. That shouldn't be a problem. But the administration is allowing the Basildon Community Transport Service to keep £23,000 worth of unspent money. So even if this amendment failed, which it won't, it's still being quids in. So I think we're all on the same page. I'm going to ask members of the committee to unmute, and then we can vote this through. If it's a squeeze this financial year, coming 21-22, it's not a problem. And then in subsequent years, to find that £3,500, that won't be a problem because the finance team will have the time to budget it. So I'm going to call members in to speak. Councillor Gordon, how will you be voting, please?
So, Chair, could we just read out the amendment again, just for clarity, to make sure I know what we're voting on?
Sarah?
The amendment is that for both to amend both of the recommendations for a further award of the average CPI for the next 3 years, and therefore agree an additional £3,500 of funding for each year. That's correct, isn't it, Councillor Rimmer? 3.5
yes.
a year for both recommendations.
Is that clear with you, Councillor Golden and other members?
Yeah, I mean, the wording's clear. I have questions on the detail, but there's no point going over it, really.
No. I mean, we should be able to get the money in for this financial year, and then the other financial years, the finance team will have oodles of time to find that £3,500, so that's not a problem. Councillor Golden, how will you be voting on the amendment?
I'll support the amendment, Chair.
Councillor Henry?
For.
Councillor Mackenzie?
In favour.
Councillor Rimmer?
For.
Councillor Yacoub?
In favour.
And I shall be voting in favour. Tina, are you able to speak, please?
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Perfectly. You have the floor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. One of the questions was raised is, do we take people for their vaccinations? Is one thing that we are doing. So the vehicles now are taking our residents for their vaccinations 7 days a week.
Brilliant. And Tina, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Now, we know over the next few years, diesel vehicles are going to be persona non grata, and as we've seen with Amazon, electric vehicles.
Yeah.
What's the sort of pressure for you to go over to electric vehicles?
We haven't had that pressure yet, but it is for the future planning. At the moment, electric minibuses are very, very expensive.
How much sort of money are we talking about?
You're talking about £80,000 at the moment, but they will get cheaper as time comes nearer. They will get cheaper.
Lovely. Okay.
But one of the problems, there's not enough charging points in the Basildon area. So it wouldn't just be buying the vehicles. You've got to install the charge points.
And Grant, you've got an update, because I know Neighbourhoods and Public Spaces have been working hard on this, and Councillor Blake will definitely know more than I do on these electric car charging points.
Yeah.
Yes, Councillor. I mean, I think this is a strong point in relation to BCTS. Yes, Javier, our climate change officer, is doing quite a lot of work on this at the moment, and with Martin in environmental health. So I think I don't know particularly exactly where they're going, but yes, we are pushing hard to be able to draw in funding and be able to build the number of electric charging points. Tina, I wonder if this is something I can tie us in with colleagues just to see what the opportunities are here, so as we're able to help with your future proofing.
And yeah, we need to budget for it as well. It's not budget for vehicles; it's budget for everything, isn't it? Yeah,
it's making sure that infrastructure is in the right places for you as well. So I think if I can tie you in with the officers leading that, then that should be a positive first step.
That would be excellent. Yeah.
I've got a few speakers already. Councillor Blake, as you remember the Neighbourhoods and Public Spaces Committee, as I said, you will know oodles about this than any other member on here. You have the floor. And I do note Councillor Wim and Councillor Gordon, Mr. Wood, we wish to speak, so he's noted. Councillor Blake?
I don't know orders, but we actually had an update on this particular thing literally the other night, and it was very reassuring to know. Whilst I totally agree with what Tina said, we need more. We are one of the best in the country, and I think that came across for supplying them. So we're up there. We're not there, and as you quite rightly said, it's got to be a large improvement. But overall, Basildon is doing exceptionally well as regard to them. So that's just a positive out of that. That we're trying hard to get to where we need to get. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blake. That's very helpful. So, Tina, how many vehicles have you got?
We've got 6 vehicles.
So
but we've got a selection. So we've got some larger ones and some smaller ones.
And what's the cost of electric between the two, like between the smaller vehicle and the bigger vehicle being electric?
Yeah, I've not costed them out yet. To try to do like for like, we've not done that experience yet. This is what we'll look into when we come back, because this is our future.
Right. Well, on that basis,
also, it's also demand. It's also the availability, because there's a big push, as you say. Amazon are all going over to electric vehicles, so all the dealers are going to be working for the bigger guys first before we get an opportunity to even put an order in.
Well, the good news is Basildon Council's got a few vehicles, and we've got a little bit of clout, bigger than your organisation.
It could be we work with you guys together in moving forward here.
Well, we all know. I mean, I'm not one of, as members will know, I'm not one of these people worrying at night about the polar bears, right? But I do know diesel emissions aren't good for human health, as is seen in the papers, and that's a fact. So we all want clean air. I think we're over the threat of a possible congestion charge because of all the work that's been put in. But nevertheless, your service is picking up vulnerable people, and some of them have got a lot of breathing difficulties, and you've got a cold winter morning and there's a diesel vehicle outside the house belting out emissions, which isn't good for people's chests. And I don't think we can push that any longer. And Sarah, are you ready with your magic pen, please, to write down this amendment?
Yeah.
That this council, this committee, instructs officers for presentation of the council's budget for 2022-2023, provides this necessary funding to purchase an electric vehicle for Basildon Community Transport Service. So that way it gives our officers a year to look into this and get the funds together, be it through working with our outside partners, the government, Department for Transport, possibly the County Council. Yes, Mr. Woods, I have seen your hand. And all come together to get this first vehicle paid. Because if we do nothing, you've got to find nearly £500,000 just to upgrade your vehicles. And to be fair, I think this needs to be dealt with. So is that all written down, Sarah? Can you read that out, please?
Yeah, so this committee instructs officers for a presentation of the council budget for a...
for a thing into the budget. So put the nice word there.
Of the council budget 2022-23 to provide the necessary funding to purchase an electrical vehicle for Basildon Community Transport Service.
Brilliant. Now, who wants to be first off the draw to second it? Not you. Right, Councillor Gold. Mr. Wood did stick his hand up, but I can't take you as a seconder. Would you like to speak on that, Councillor Golden?
No, you've outlined the position quite clearly. I've got other stuff I would like to ask Tina though.
Okay, we'll do
I
this amendment.
do I have to declare an interest if I've got a diesel car?
No, I know somebody does some cheap red stuff, but don't tell no one. Jokingly. Do any other members wish to speak on that amendment, please? I see that as a no. Right, I shall call each member in to vote. Councillor Golden, how are you voting?
I'll support your amendment, Chairman.
Councillor Henry?
Go on then.
Councillor Mackenzie? That's a yes with a thumb up. Councillor Rimmer?
For.
Councillor Yacoub?
In favour.
And I should be voting in favour. So that's a good project for the next year. Let's get things done as we mean to go on. Mr. Wood, you're rather keen, so please.
Yeah, I think perhaps it might have been prudent to let everyone talk before the
Sorry, Mr. Wood, your signal's crackling up.
On, because everyone's talking about purchasing, but no one's mentioned about late.
Mr. Wood, your signal's gone.
Everyone's talking about purchasing a vehicle. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you now, but your screen's frozen.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
Try talking.
Everyone's talking about purchasing vehicles. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Just try speaking. If it's naughty, I'll let you know.
I can hear you perfectly well. Can you hear me at all?
Just about.
Right.
Mr. Wood, try muting your video. We might be able to hear you.
Is that better?
Yes.
All right. What I was going to say eventually is that everyone's talking about purchasing vehicles, but no one's spoke about the possible leasing of vehicles, which may be better for budgeting purposes because you know the cost for each of the 5 years or whatever it is for the lease. So do we have to get stuck with budgeting for purchasing, and why not consider leasing?
Mr. Wood, that's a fairly good point, but what the officers will do when it comes to setting the budget, whoever's running the council, they will say, well, actually, you can save X amount a year by leasing compared to buying. They put the options before councillors, so when we vote on the budget, these little details are dealt with, because the officers look good if they show us bang for our buck.
Okay.
You've got that assurance.
Thank you.
Now,
right, thank you.
Councillor Rimmer's been the most patient here, and he's still got his hand up. So when you finish speaking, please take your hand down.
Okay, will do. Yeah, so in terms of the, it was a question obviously for Tina. It's on the wheelchair loan scheme. I just wanted to understand in terms of that, are they manual wheelchairs or are they electric wheelchairs? I've heard people who've had trouble, you know, actually with the manual wheelchairs, you know, in terms of if they're living on a steep hill particularly, and other issues, and you know, with the snow or with areas, and I know the chairman will like me saying this, where there are dodgy pavements or dodgy roads, and so I just wanted to know whether there were electric chairs in that wheelchair loan scheme. That was all.
No. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
We have a selection of only manual wheelchairs, and we have the bariatrics, the children's wheelchairs. We have a good selection, a good range. We do not have electric wheelchairs because we wouldn't have the insurance and we wouldn't have to be able to do the maintenance on them.
Okay, thank you.
Just Councillor Rimmer, if you have to push someone along on a wheelchair of your airline, don't wear a West Ham scarf. Councillor Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I've got West Ham distracted me. Tina, one of the questions I have, and this came up in a committee a while back, so it may have been answered elsewhere, I may have missed it somewhere, so forgive me if I'm repeating myself. In terms of your organisation running more commercial bus routes or taking on commercial routes. I know that there was some missive from the Department for Transport 2 years ago that made it a bit difficult. Is there any sort of update, or has anything changed, or there's been any clarification on that?
That's ongoing. That is still ongoing, because they were saying that just because you're a charity, because some community transports were running more commercial under the charity banner, so that's what they're doing. So what's come out now, we run on permit 19 and permit 22s, and one of the rulings is you cannot have an O license and a section 19 and section 22 permit, so that will stop a lot of what's going on. They're coming down on our side. It is getting better, but it's not totally resolved at the moment. It's an ongoing situation.
And is there anything we can do as a council to help with that situation, or is it just a case of stuck with the DFT?
It's a case of wait and see. It's part of the DFT, and it's very restricting for us for looking for new work and to set up new routes. Yeah. And we're also unable to bid for work. So before we could bid for work under Essex County Council for adult social care work and different work, we're still restricted. We still can't do that yet because Essex County Council have not got the directive to let us bid for any new work.
But perhaps, sorry to cut you off there, Tina, but I think that you've raised some really important points there. And I was wondering, Mr. Chairman, as obviously this is something that sort of sits with DFT, perhaps we as a committee, through yourself, need to write to our MPs to get them to lobby the Department for Transport to actually help our community transport organisation on the ground, so they can, increase their capacity and increase, their delivery in Basildon.
Well, that sounds like an amendment to me, Councillor Golden. So Sarah will have to write a letter in my name. Can you read your amendment to Sarah, please? And Sarah, do you have your magic pen ready, please?
Yeah.
Councillor Yacoub, are you seconding it?
Yes, I'm happy to second it.
Right.
I mean, in terms of the specific...
Go on, Councillor Golden, you've got to read out to Sarah what your amendment is.
Well, I've got something down, which is basically that the committee agrees that the chairman writes to local MPs to ask them to lobby the DFT to support the community transport on the grounds of increasing their delivery in Basildon. Yeah?
What was the specific parts, Tina? You read out a list of permits and legislations, because I think that's the important.
Yeah. The thing is, we did get all our MPs, our local MPs, to write to the DFT when this very first started. We did this about 2 years ago, so they have done all this, and it has been taken notice of. So it may be a bit of repeating the wheel.
Sometimes you find, Tina, when you see the casework MPs have, regardless of who they are, it does sort of swamp them, especially when we had COVID earlier. Being a councillor and elected official, you got swamped. So it never hurts to write a letter, and it comes from the council. So there won't be no political digs.
Okay.
And I think as well, there's been a bit of a shuffle since the last time a letter was sent. We've had some pesky things called elections, if I remember correctly. So it might be that they're more receptive to our sort of representations potentially.
Okay. Yeah. So let's start making some progress. I've got Councillor Henry first and Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Wood.
Rather than initiate a new letter, why don't we chase up the old letter and do it that way? As Tina's saying, that it's already been done and some of that work or some of that conversation may have already happened. Why don't we chase up an old letter and then put in a new request if one's required? We can ask our MPs to identify progress made from their previous communication with the DFT, and at least then you've got a platform from which to know exactly where you are. At the moment, asking for something new, like it's the first time we've done it, it's just going to repeat the process. Perhaps if we just ask for an update, we can know where Tina stands with this sort of stuff, with her permit 19s and 22 and O licenses and all that sort of stuff, which I'm still to work out what that is. But
thank you, Councillor Henry. Councillor Rimmer.
Jeff has stolen my lines on that one, so yeah, fine.
Okay,
I agree with Jeff.
Well,
I agree with Councillor Henry.
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Henry. Mr. Wood?
Hopefully you can hear me this time.
Switch your camera off, Mr. Wood, because that's how we heard you better last time.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Just coming back to something you mentioned about wheelchairs.
Sorry, Mr. Wood, we're speaking on the Mr. Wood. We're speaking to we're talking about the amendment. So we'll deal with the amendment and then I'll bring you straight back in. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. So we've got an amendment here. My personal view is it never hurts to write a polite letter. And what happens is our MPs will give a response, which the clerk of the committee, Sarah, will put in a future agenda, and it's there for the public to see. And I'm sure all of our MPs for the borough will want to help the excellent work of the Basildon Community Transport Service. So if members can unmute themselves, I'm going to call you in alphabetical order. We'll take the vote, and then Mr. Wood has the floor. Councillor Golden, how will you be voting, please?
Support.
Councillor Henry?
For.
Councillor Mackenzie?
In favour.
Councillor Rimmer?
For.
Councillor Yacoub?
In favour.
And I should be voting in favour. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wood, but we have to have this sort of structured system. But if you can turn your camera off so we can hear you clearly, please.
Thank you. Is that okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, just a quick point about these wheelchairs. I know that the council's looking at good shop practice regarding disability. Has anyone thought about asking shops to sponsor wheelchairs, which may assist funding slightly with the charity?
Tina?
Currently, we have a very good stock of wheelchairs and we meet all the demand that we need to meet. And we're always increasing the stock when we need to. And we're also doing a good turnaround. So we do the maintenance, and if wheelchairs need replacing, we do. Sometimes we get wheelchairs that are not returned to us. So we do get a loss there. But we're meeting demand, and the wheelchairs are ticking over quite nicely because we don't charge people for the wheelchairs. They charge to hire, but they get that deposit back when they bring it back. And then some people will then donate that money because they would have to pay more if they went to the Red Cross or somewhere else to hire a wheelchair. But we have sufficient stock at the moment.
Thank you for that, Taylor. Mr. Wood, did you want to come back on that point, or are you content? I'm assuming Mr. Wood is content. Go on, Councillor Rimmer.
Just following on from Mr. Wood.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Rimmer. I think Mr. Wood wanted to speak.
Yeah, just said I'm content with that answer. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Rimmer.
That's okay. I was actually just going to do a supplementary to Mr. Wood's question, actually, on the sponsorship, because I can see some merit in the idea. Maybe not for supplying extra wheelchairs, but maybe to bring in extra revenue. And I'm just thinking, is there? I mean, maybe it's tasteless, maybe it's not. I mean, it's just a consideration. Is if that's something that's viable to have a look at from a charity perspective of whether some local businesses would be prepared to sponsor these wheelchairs that are out to loan.
Tina?
Yes, it's something that we could try. A couple of years ago, we tried to do a sponsor seat on the minibuses. So we were inside the minibus, we would, for £50, the company could sponsor the seat on the minibus. And there was not a big uptake on that. But I'm happy to look into the idea of whether we could approach people to sponsor a wheelchair. Happy to do that.
Lovely. Councillor Henry, I see you've got your hand up again. Councillor Henry, would you mind taking your hand down, please, so I know when you want to speak next, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I wonder whether there's maybe an opportunity to have a sort of offline conversation with Dengue around how maybe this sponsorship could fit into our inclusive Basildon workshops. So maybe there's an opportunity for her, or she may have already been here and ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got two separate questions for Tina, and one of them's bound to feed the Facebook trolls when I mention the subject. But my first question is, do you find with your user service, you know, areas such as Great Barry, which has an almost non-existent public transport, and if you compared it to areas off of Langdon Hills High Road, do you find more calls on your services? So what I'm trying to ask is, the better the public transport is, do you get less calls from those areas compared to areas such as Great Barry, where there's almost no public transport?
I think it's pretty average. We do get less in Langdon, and it depends the needs of the people. And also sometimes we're the world's biggest, best kept secret. So it's the publicity of seeing our vehicles that people realise that they can use our transport. Lovely.
Right, let's feed the Facebook trolls. They're getting hungry. I'm going to say them dreaded 3 words: Leyland Community Centre. Obviously, whatever happens to the building, and I'm being really diplomatic, but at some point, when is the question, and how it looks is the other question, but the Leyland community will have a community centre back there again. And you do a lot of drops there for the pension activity groups and other things that goes on. Do you think there needs to be any improvements made to help your bus vehicles when they turn up to the centre? Is there anything the council should be doing now the buildings come back into council control?
Is that something that I can come back to you on? Because it's something I'd actually like to have a discussion with my drivers. They're front line. They're the ones that are driving in and out of the building site. So it's something I would personally like to come back to.
Could you feed that back to Grant? Because there's obviously, it will be picked up by the Neighbourhoods and Public Space Committee. So if the administration rules the day after May the 6th and we decide to embark on a new community centre, then obviously what's the point of spending good money when your vehicles turn up and go, what a bunch of plonkers the Alliance are. They've made it impossible for other vehicles to turn up. And if it's decided by others to refurbish the building, is there anything that needs to be done to make your vehicle drop-off points easier? So I think it's worth picking up that particular point now. Do any other members wish to pick up on that taboo subject? Councillor Henry, another brave soul.
I don't honestly understand how the drop-off or picking up from Leyland Community Centre would be adversely different from the George Hurd Centre or anywhere else. It's there's a road to either side of the main hallway there. There's a set of double doors on both sides. From both sides, you can literally get into the building. I don't understand how it would be adversely affected by anything. Obviously, it's not an old building. It's not like a Victorian, great big building. It's quite modern, so it does meet modern standards in terms of access and egress. So I don't understand. I don't understand the statement about the trying to get some viewpoints on access to it for disabled vehicles for Tina's team. But in any case, it is what it is. It is what it is, and it would be useful to have some feedback from Tina's team on areas that her team struggle in terms of drop-off and collections, and places that her service help her residents get to. So that would be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. I think that debate's now exhausted. Tina, was there anything you wanted to add? Because your IT issues prevented you from being engaged with the debate at the start. So this is your option now. If there's anything you want to add or tell the committee.
I'm very grateful that you're all looking at the future for BCTS, and I think the future is the electric vehicles. I think there's a great expense there, but I think it's a good value, especially for our residents. And Basildon will be the pathfinders that are going forward. If we get the first electric vehicle for CT, that's going to be awesome. Is it something that we could work with the council? Because you said the council have already invested and they've already gone through the purchasing of an electric vehicle.
Well, we've not. I mean, we're looking at purchasing electric vehicles with refuse. And again, Councillor Blake, who serves the Neighbourhood and Public Space, will know more about that. But if the Basildon Council goes to these electric vehicle manufacturers, they'll be going, a local authority, dust carts, vans, trucks, ding, 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 pound notes light up in their eyes. And as you say, if you go down there, they think, But if we approach them, they want to be, how should we say, use their common sense, and that's a good customer. Did you want to cut? I see your camera light. Oh, yeah, your hands up, Councillor Blake. Please, you have the floor.
Yeah, just very quickly on that. I think Tina mentioned earlier, whilst we are going down that avenue regarding vehicles, you are talking about an extremely long time to get them, you could be up to a year, certainly for the refuse things that we can get them. So it's one hell of a wait. I'm not saying we can't help them, but I'm just saying it won't be done overnight, mate, more or less.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Blake. That is helpful. But as a council, we have to make a line in the sand. We can't moan when there's a possible threat. There isn't, I understand, of a congestion charge. We know diesel emissions are bad for people's health. We know these things and we should be doing something. And it's a new industry, new technology, and the council should be doing all it can to help services like Basildon Community Transport Service look after their clients and the local neighbourhood with cleaner vehicles. So I think we've exhausted that debate. So I'm going to go to the recommendations on page 15. I'm taking them together unless I see an objection, which I don't. So all members of the committee, please unmute yourself. Councillor Golden, how will you be voting, please?
I'll support the recommendation, Chair.
Councillor Henry?
For.
Councillor Mackenzie?
For.
Councillor Rimmer?
For.
Councillor Yacoub?
In favour.
And I shall be voting in favour. Thank you, Tina. You're very welcome to stay, but if you'd like to watch what's on at 8, Corrie or whatever you like, it's a free country, but you're very welcome to stay. And if that applies to yourself, Grant, as well. Right, so let's go on to the next item of business, which will be, sorry about this, the Pride Team update. Now, that's not all of the Pride Team, it's the Housing Revenue Account Pride Teams. James, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening. I've got a very brief presentation for you tonight to run through. So if you can give me a second while that loads up. And in time honored tradition, we hope that the technology works. Okay, can everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Does that come through okay? Fantastic, thank you. So just to put things into context for those, obviously I'm sure members are aware of the work that the Pride teams do. Here's how it links into the council's corporate plan. So our Pride teams are here to help provide a place to be proud of. The council's corporate plan commits us to delivering the following outcomes: increased pride, it's that word again, in the borough and community, the borough having attractive open spaces and public realm that are clean and tidy, residents being satisfied with the services that enhance their local neighbourhoods, a borough that helps people stay healthy, which links into a number of obviously the pieces of work which are going on across the council at the moment. Again, also vibrant town centres and communities that feel listened to. So that's lifted verbatim from the corporate plan. And I'm going to walk through what the team are doing towards that. So what do Pride teams do? Essentially, they undertake a number of different tasks across the borough. Some of the key ones and the ones which have the greatest visibility are listed out here. You will have seen them doing proactive and responsive works across the borough. We split the time with the teams between those. They do a lot of work around footpath clearance, overgrown vegetation, removal of lower branches to improve access, environmental improvements, edging back footpaths, deep cleaning untidy areas, removing dumping from overgrown areas, and removal of vegetation obstructions. But in essence, what that means is they are going into the areas that that we want them to, that are reported to us, and they're working proactively across the borough as well. They are going in to make a difference to the look and feel of an area. And we're really proud of the work that they've been putting in across the borough, no pun intended. They had a very, it was an interesting 2020. I don't think any of us have had a year like that before, particularly in terms of what that means for the Pride teams. January to March was pretty much business as usual for the teams. They undertook 80 proactive. This is where they're going out and looking at areas that need improvements. Where they're raising areas up, that means that the idea is that they are then easier for other teams to maintain. They're more attractive open spaces. They are more inviting for people to visit, to exercise, to walk the dog, walk to school, whatever they need to do. But the idea is that they raise and improve the quality of the areas that they're working in. During that time, we received 8 requests for responsive works, and I wouldn't dwell too much on the numbers of these. I think that they're only an indicative answer. A job could be a really simple one, which takes half an hour to do. A job could also be something that takes a couple of weeks. It depends on the size and scale of the of what's required in an area. So they're only there as an indication. What the team did do during that time is they removed 45 tons of waste, the majority of which was shrubbery and grass and green and growing material that was then sent for composting. Then between March and June last year, they were supporting wider cleansing works during the initial phases of pandemic and national lockdown. Essentially, they pivoted to being a frontline service and helping out with where we were needed to as part of those works. Then from June through to October, the team were deployed to undertake mini summer prune across the borough. That included sheltered accommodation and flat blocks. And they were going in and making sure that the places that people needed to access in that period, they were deployed there. Particularly during parts of the lockdown, the open spaces that people enjoyed a lot more over the last year, and really were essential to people getting out, exercising, people's health and mental health and well-being as well. The team contributed greatly towards that, so I'm really grateful for the work that they've done. Then towards the end of 2020, the teams were deployed on a much more coordinated basis, and it was back to resuming normal works. And we took the approach that they were working for around a month in each of the areas that we've outlined there. These were areas based on level of reports which were coming in. So in October 2020, the teams were deployed in Felmoors and Chalverdon, particularly around clearing up some overgrown pathways and some areas which were being used as dumping grounds for shopping trolleys and antisocial behaviour and that sort of thing. So that was based on a need at that point. In November 2020, we started working in a slightly different way in the Valence Way area of Langdon Hills. I say working in a different way is the winter prune started at that point. So what was happening is the winter prune was going through and the Pride team were following up after that. So they weren't duplicating work. We were making sure we were coordinating. We were liaising with ward councillors. Obviously, Councillor Smith, the chairman of this committee, we were in contact with Councillor Smith over that as well. But also, most importantly, talking to the residents of the area as well and saying, look, we're going to be in the area over this month. Tell us about the things you want us to look at. And what that resulted in things like some unadopted hedges being formally adopted and made part of the grounds maintenance contract. It meant that we were able to focus our efforts on resident priorities, things that people were telling us, and going in and raising up the standard of some of the areas that we were working in, so that we didn't need to constantly revisit those. And I think that's part of where we want to see the Pride teams working a bit more in the future, is to say, well, rather than just keep revisiting the same green and growing place, is there a way of redesigning or formally adopting some of these hedges? How do we get them so that they're more regularly maintained? How do we make sure that we aren't just spending our time revisiting like a hamster on a wheel, keep going back to the same places? There are going to be some places where we need to revisit regularly, but the idea of working in this way is that we can start to design out, raise the standards up, start to design out some of those repeat visits. And then in December 2020, our teams were deployed in the Five Links area of Langdon. We did have a number of reports, particularly around antisocial behaviour, that our teams were targeting the areas which were reported to us to then open up some spaces, clear them out, make them much more attractive, and then hopefully, obviously, one of the side effects of that is that decreases the likelihood of places being used as dens and for congregating for antisocial behaviour and so on. So that's a brief flavour of what's been undertaken. I've got a couple of examples of pictures here. I've got loads of these. The team really good. What they'll do is they'll WhatsApp me a picture before and afterwards. So we've got a WhatsApp group between the teams. I think this helps to show there really is a kind of an illustrated example of what the team can do, and you can see the before and after pictures. The idea of obviously going into an area like this is that that is then easier for us to maintain in that condition. It makes it much more inviting. It means it's much more open. You might feel safer as you're walking through there, and through encouraging that use of the open space, then that obviously the knock-on effect is increasing the pride that our residents feel in those areas. So I've got plenty more pictures, and I can have a whole slideshow just of pictures of the works that the teams have been doing, but I'm not going to bore you with that tonight. I'm not going to subject you to that tonight, but I have got plenty if you're interested, so I can send them over to you. We also last year, we undertook a bit of an operational review of Pride teams. So we've got a number of teams which operate under General Fund and under the HRA as well. What we've sought to do is to bring them together under one banner, so we've got a much clearer link to what we are delivering for the borough. As part of that work, we have drafted a set of terms of reference. We've been clear about where we are, what the performance measures we're expecting from the teams, and the direction of the team as well, about how we're bringing them together based on the needs of the borough and where we are going in the medium to long term. Our focus is always on delivering tangible improvements for residents, and hopefully the tangible improvements are any feedback that you've received and the evidence that we've got from the pictures that we've had. And where we do get feedback from residents, it's overwhelmingly positive for the work that the Pride teams are undertaking. What we have done between myself and colleagues on the HRA side is we've set up an operational steering group so we can make sure that the HRA fund is getting value for money as a return from the investment that's been made into it, and also that the general fund needs are met as well. But this is about the delivering for the borough. So this isn't about saying, well, that part of the land is over there, therefore there has to be, on that part of the work. This is about visiting an area and saying, how can the Pride teams help to raise up the standards of an area that's within the borough. We're also looking to increase our dialogue with ward members as well. So those are some of the outcomes that we sought through the operational review, which was undertaken last year. And I'm pleased to announce that as part of that, we've looked at the way that the team's organised, decided that the best way to do that, to coordinate that, so we've got that clear ownership and responsibility, is that we've got a single point of contact for all Pride teams. So we will have a team leader, supervisor joining us on March the 1st. We're looking to then, once that person's in post, we have interviewed and recruited to that post, we are looking to bring all the operatives together under one team. Again, so that increases our resilience across the borough. It means that we're able to plan much better in advance, which will help us to then put together the work plan for 2021-22, which we are currently putting together at the moment. The steering group is formed. We meet regularly. We also include colleagues from Parks Department as well. So we're looking holistically at the borough to say, actually, where are we getting reports? Where can the Pride team have the greatest impact? What is it that we need to be doing across the borough? One thing that we want from that is greater visibility, which is why I'm grateful for members for inviting me along tonight to give you this update. We want that visibility. We want residents to see the fruits of the team's labour. They're a great bunch. They're a really good team. They're doing some really good work across the borough, and I think it's important that we make sure that we are sharing that with our residents as well, but also making sure that we're feeding back when we've done things to say, we listen to you and we've made this change. Again, update reports being provided regularly, such as tonight. I delivered a report back to Neighbourhoods and Public Spaces in January as well. So regular updates on that committee as well. And the last point there, I've mentioned about what we did at Valence Way before Christmas and how we've been linking in better with communities. I think that this is something that a big part of that Pride team supervisor's role coming into the organisation is going to be around making sure that we've got good links in with community. We're linking in with volunteers within the community as well, making sure that we're listening, responding, but also taking action to move forward. And I did say it was very brief, so that is a very brief presentation. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen and
thank you, James. First hand I see up is Councillor Henry, but before I give the floor to Councillor Henry, and Mr. Wood and Craig Rimmer, and anyone else who sticks their hand up, I just want to put in there, you know, when you mentioned about Valence Way, not forgetting the excellent work of the Langdon Hills Estate Residents Association, because they made representation to myself and my mother, the late Councillor Clancy, about these little bits, which led to that outcome. So I think that Residents Association deserves thanks. Yeah. Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Chairman. I think, you know, when we got to July last year, the Pride team were probably one of the most welcome sites in the borough anywhere. I had so many calls of people, you know, praising the work, and thank God we're seeing something happening, because the place is starting to look, you know, you don't get out often, but when you do get out, the place is looking absolutely awful. One of the biggest complaints I had, though, last summer was perhaps the work order, the order of priorities. We were seeing people in sheltered housing complexes that maybe have a shared garden space that we would normally carry out the maintenance work for, feeling a little bit aggrieved and a little bit got at that they were still clinically extremely vulnerable, still shielding, not able to get out, and looking through their, you know, the living room window into what looked like a little jungle. So there was a little bit of a frustration with that in real terms for them. What I would say then would be, how do we prioritise that? What is the scheme of priority for that? Because people were seeing roundabouts and verges and things like that done. I recognise the achievements that they've made this year, and I welcome them completely. And some of the pictures you've shown us really is a massive improvement. And some of those walkways can be quite scary and intimidating late at night, so the clearer we can make those, the more open we can make those, the better. But how do we prioritise, you know, people within their homes that aren't maybe able to get out? And also, Chairman, I wonder if we could maybe ask Mrs. French, Mr. Wood and Mrs. Forder if they have any remarks from the residents they represent as well to maybe...
Definitely. Before I come over to James, Carol Burton's here. I will come to you, Mr. Wood. Carol Burton's here to testify. I was getting loads of complaints from all the sheltered housing schemes that their grass needed cutting. But at the time, due to lockdown, it was a case of keeping people safe. And I know some of the sheltered housing schemes, they went to cut their own grass, but that was a situation of keeping the vulnerable residents safe. I think if we'd have sent contractors down to sheltered housing scheme, some old dears would probably be likely to go out, want a cup of tea, want a biscuit, instead of keeping the distance. It's just human instinct. If you've been trapped indoors, it's just a human instinct. Carol, did you want to pick up on that point before I hand over to James Hendry?
Yeah, well, the grass cutting was suspended for a period of time, but it did resume in mid-May. Obviously, once sort of guidance from the pandemic was clear, and certainly what I can say, my service managers have been working very closely with James's teams to ensure that these outcomes are for all residents. Obviously, we have dedicated sort of HRA estates that do need work, and that's why you saw sort of some of those priority lists, and the focus between October and December were on areas of concern that have been raised to ourselves within the housing service areas. And that's why we sort of prioritised those last year, including the Valence Way, and then the work with Langdon Hills Residents Association.
Sorry, James, did you want to finish off any points that Councillor Henry raised to yourself?
No, I think that there's some really good points there, and yeah, thank you, Councillor Smith, for bringing me back in. I think that you're absolutely right about Langdon Hills Residents Association. They were instrumental in getting some of those works done, and that's obviously for the benefit of the residents over there. It's about listening and then acting upon that as well. So in response to the questions raised by Councillor Henry, the mini summer prune last year was difficult, and I think that the team did the best job they could in the circumstances they could as well. But we have listened. We are taking on board feedback in case they are needed to do it again. So I do think that it was almost an emergency response given the circumstances we found ourselves in. But absolutely, take on board that last year wasn't perfect. It's the first time that Pride teams have done the summer prune in the sheltered accommodation, so there are lessons to be learned from that, and there'll be improvements to be put in place. But in terms of prioritisation, we have got within our terms of reference, we have got 3 categories of priority. The highest priority category is obviously danger to life and limb. So those are the ones that we will get to first. In terms of other works, those will be programmed in over the course of the year and subject to dialogue of with the chairman of this committee and neighbourhoods and public spaces as well. But we have got 3 categories of prioritisation, top one being if it's dangerous to life and limb, that's what we'll get on first. So hopefully that helps.
Councillor Henry?
Thanks, James. Thanks for cheers. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. We'll bring the tenant leaseholder reps in, but I've got to bring in elected members in first. The next one I have is Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you, Chair. I just have nothing but praise for James and his team. I honestly, they've been fantastic. I mean, if I've ever got a query and anything has ever raised, and I go to James, the rate of responsiveness is amazing. I just think he's a credit to the council, and his team is a credit to the council. And actually, you know, I mean, sometimes he's getting there before I've even had chance to report the problem, James. That's the only complaint. A resident told me about a problem. I've walked down to it. Your guys had already trimmed the bushes. But other than that, excellent job. And it does not surprise me that you've turned up on your annual leave to this meeting tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. It's good to hear the bushes of Pitsea are all nice and tidy and neat. Any other member wish to speak? Mr. Woods, you have the floor.
Can you all hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Yeah, good. I'm not going to take up too much time because, to be honest, there's a lot of negative that I could say. And I think a lot of what I need to discuss can perhaps be taken away from this meeting. One thing is, where is the tenant scrutiny for this Cleaner Neighbourhoods Department is one question. And I think perhaps I need to talk to Tina and Carol outside the meeting to put my questions direct to the gentleman concerned, because Vange is the forgotten area of Basildon in all aspects, in my opinion. And you talk about danger to life and limb. There's been a couple of times I've reported that alleyways have been totally unwalkable, and these alleyways are rear access to properties, which worries me if there's a fire. How the hell can anyone get down there? The resident can't get down there. No fire or rescue service can get down there. I can't give you the addresses at this specific time, but I can go and look at those. And as I say, I'd like to perhaps have a chat at length outside the meeting rather than take up too much of your time today. So perhaps, Carol, if I can come through yourself, and we can set something up perhaps to see what's going on. Would that be okay?
That's absolutely fine, Stephen. I'll get that set up as soon as possible.
Okay. Thank you, Carol.
Thank
you, everyone.
On that point, Mr. Wood, because I am your local councillor, and that Vange part of Nethermain, particularly around Barnard Close, obviously I won't say the name of your street, but we both know the name of that street. There has been this issue, and that's why it was put into the housing revenue account budget last year for this dedicated pride team. Yeah. Because on what you might call former cancer states, whatever you want to call, there is more need of a HRA pride. There is more need of a pride team.
Yes.
Due to the particular issues when these estates were built, it was meant to have bushes and grasses, and it was in the time when local authority was fined for cash many eons ago. And then over subsequent decades, that funding just disappeared under all political hues till we are today. And these pride teams have done fantastically. So what I would say to you, Mr. Wood, is any particular issue you think needs dealing with, take a leaf out of the book of the Valence Way Residents Association, Langdon Hills Estate. That they're quite smart. They get together, they can say to James and the officers, right, outside 52, behind 41, the back of 32, blah, 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 blah. And it's just so much easier for the council staff, as James said, Does it need pulling out? Does it need to be given this prune? Da, 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 da. So that's what I would say. More residents talk with the council. And as you said, Mr. Wood, about you want more dialogue, very happy to facilitate. Council staff very happy to facilitate.
Thank you.
Mrs. Folder, as a resident of Shelton Housing Scheme,
Come back on that.
Oh,
Hello?
sorry, Mrs. Folder, go on. I was Mr. Wood.
Yeah.
Sorry.
One of the problems to bear in mind that we do come across is half of it's county council and half of it's Basildon Council, and Basildon Council are very reluctant to touch county council land.
James?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for your feedback, Mr. Wood. It's really appreciated, and I'm looking forward to that conversation already.
That'd be great.
I think we try and approach things from a proactive way to see how we can how can we manage this rather than just it's not Basildon Council, it's Essex County Council and so on. So we are trying to move in a different way with this. We are linking better in with Essex County Council on some ownership things, but I will be honest with you, and I think this is something we can look at as part of that conversation we have. So
okay, yeah, I mean, if I can get dialogue with you, get over the frustration and start getting things moving, that'd be great.
Looking forward to it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Before we go to Mrs. Folder, James, have we finally taken over the Essex Rangers and shown them what an honest day's work looks like?
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I think that, how do we say this delicately? We're in negotiations with Essex County Council, but obviously there may be 2P implications relating to individuals. So unfortunately, I'm not able to discuss further in a public forum. But
that's perfectly fine.
Negotiations are ongoing.
It's been updated. Mrs. Folder.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Oh, great. First of all, I'd like to thank for the rubbish men for the first lockdown. I was so relieved to see them come round. They've been marvellous. Well, we didn't see the Pride team for a long time, and I thought they had been taken off. But apparently they hadn't. When I did ring, they started coming round again. But I can't praise them enough, actually. They're both Pride team and the dustmen themselves were marvellous, and they still are. Thank you.
That's right, Mrs. Folder.
I didn't know. They did the trimming and the moving the trees and whatever, whatever was in the way. I didn't know they did that, the Pride team. Is it a different type Pride team? Is it... Or is it the same ones that do the pick up the rubbish and that?
James Hendry.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks, Maggie, for your feedback. We have got as part of the presentation, which I understand if you're on the phone you couldn't see the presentation, but we have got a number of teams.
Sorry.
No. We've got, this is why it would have been a bit helpful if I could have explained it. Perhaps we have got a number of different Pride teams who undertake different functions. One of the Pride teams, the one that you probably see the most often, is one that does they do the deep cleansing of the blocks around your area. So they're
marvellous. They've been marvellous, actually.
That's a two-man team, but they are called a Pride team. But they're currently reporting to cleansing. They will be forming part of the overall Pride team.
Good. Good.
We can bring them together. But thank you for the kind words. I'll make sure they're fed back.
Marvellous. Yeah, I went out there and thanked them for a few weeks, actually. I was so pleased to see them because I didn't know what was happening. You didn't know, with the first lockdown, what was happening. And when I saw them come round, I thought, oh, great, marvellous. Mind you, can I just say something? Last week, we had no collection on the Thursday, and we didn't know about it. So Craylands was absolutely full of rubbish. And then somebody said, oh, it's on... email, and I said, well, I haven't got it, and a lot of other people haven't got it. But that was settled, so that doesn't matter, but I just said it. Thank you, James.
Thanks, Maggie.
And I've got Mrs. French if she wishes to speak, then Councillor Headley.
I'd just like to thank them when they come round and done the grass cut. They don't usually do us because us here do it ourselves. It was quite a surprise to see them come and cut the grass. The only other thing with the Pride team, how would people, if you've got an area that's overdone, do you still do it through street care? Do you do it through the estate management? Or do you have to do it through the emails like I done one through the email? But a lot of people don't know which route to take.
That's it.
James?
Thank you, Chairman, and thanks for the feedback, Elsie. Appreciate that. So currently, if it's reported to us via street cleansing, it gets diverted through to the Pride teams. But we are looking at the processes at the moment to try and have a separate entity. We've got a lot of development behind the scenes going on around where jobs get reported to. We are looking to have a Pride team entity created as part of that work, but currently anything that comes to us through cleansing, they just put Pride team at the beginning of the ticket, or it goes through that team, and they then funnel it out to the Pride team. So anything that's reported to us via street care for that type of work will get picked up by them.
Right. The only thing was I reported that stuff had been left. They sent me an email saying it had been cleared, and I went and took another photo to find that it was still there. And then eventually they come and cleared it. But that gets a bit confusing if you're getting an email saying it's done and then it's not done. So then people are sort of, well, what are you talking about? It's not been done.
Now, James, so I don't get this wrong, so I'm not Mr. Technical, and Councillor Kevin Blake might definitely pull me up because it's been the work of the Neighbourhoods and Public Spaces Committee. This NCAC technology, so at the moment when people report fly tipping, is it 13 bits of paper that are presently being generated?
There's 13 points for the job to go wrong. There's 13 points of failure where that bit of paper passes between people or is reliant on somebody updating it in the right way or making sure that they capture everything right. So we are, as you correctly identify, Chairman, we're working to redesign some of our processes. That's going to include a lot more digital and in-cab technology so that it makes it easier for our crews to go to the right job first time, to make sure that things are picked up. So to avoid the issues that were raised there, that's what we're working towards. We are redesigning our processes top to bottom at the moment to try and iron out some of those issues so you don't get those false reports.
Brilliant, thank you. And you must always remember, James, when we have people ask about street cleanliness, the R Streets app, not social media. Councillor Headley.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Can I ask you, with respect to reconsider the comments you made about Essex Rangers? As a county councillor, if you have an issue with a service provided by a county, you are able to take that up with county. To make disparaging remarks about officers with another authority.
Is that you finished there, Councillor Reddy? Because your signal's not very good. I'm assuming, yeah, you finished?
Yes, what I finished with saying was that it is inappropriate to criticise officers of another authority where you're a member at a meeting where they can't speak for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Headley. And on that point, I'm talking about their contractor that spent, an example, Falcon Way, 3 days to cut 20 metres of overgrown vegetation, which was overgrown by about 8 inches through a fence. And I'm sure the Pride team could have done that in a morning. I will always stick by people who do a proper job, regardless of who runs Basildon Council. The Pride team is an asset, and I think all members would support what the Pride team does. But as for the Essex Rangers, they're like unicorns. I've never seen them do any work. Right, Mr. Wood, you wanted to speak? You have the floor, please.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's slightly related to that. I think the worst thing for any tenant to report is something that is of county council problem. We've got a loose block paving outside of our property. That was reported 2 years ago. Someone's come round, had a look at it, drove away, and it's still the same. So communication between residents and even officers of Basildon Council to Essex County Council needs to improve. And I think the efficiency of returning answers should be improved. And I just think that perhaps that could be worked at, is the communication between county and borough. Thank you.
I agree with that as well. Sorry, I had to interrupt. I've agreed. Yeah.
That's fine, Mrs. Folder. I think we won't stray on to potholes, pavements, and loose paving slabs, or we could form 5 new committees over that in a night. So we won't. But definitely, I know for sure that our officers and their opposites at Essex do talk, but we're a small mobile organisation that can get things done rather quickly and turn on a sixpenny bit. So, as all the speakers have spoken, I have a couple of questions for you, because the point of this is an update of the HRA Pride Team services on council estates, or what was council estates, whatever you wish to call it. One of it is an item of work the Neighbourhoods and Public Spaces Committee has recently worked upon, this trolley sort of 3-month trial when people dump them. I know for sure Kingswood, it's like if you're looking for where as the trolleys go to die, it's Woodlands open space. I understand in Councillor Rimmer's ward round Shalverden, Tesco trolleys go to die in the street round the corner from Councillor Rimmer, in the bushes, and it's the same case all over the borough. So this is the problem on the estates, that you don't seem to get it in the sort of more private areas, because I think they can afford to get to the supermarkets by their own car or taxi. But in the estates where people are not so well off, they're taking a trolley home and leaving a trolley dumped. I have noted your Councillor Rimmer. So what are we doing? Now this 3-month trial has been agreed. When is it starting and how's it going to look? Because we've got to get this problem sorted, because what is the point of having HRO Pride teams? They've cut to bush perfectly well and someone's dumped a farm foods trolley in it.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to update members on the progress of what's been happening since. So Neighbourhoods and Public Spaces Committee decided at January's meeting to give authorisation to the chairman of that committee to jointly issue a letter to supermarkets of the borough adopting Section 99 of the Environmental Protection Act. Shopping trolleys remain the property of each individual supermarket and not that they don't count as a normal fly tip or a waste, so they do remain the property of the supermarkets. Previously, supermarkets have made their own arrangements. It was obviously deemed by the committee that wasn't doing the job, so we were asked to implement a set of fees and charges under Section 99 of the Environmental Protection Act, which does give the local authority the authority to remove and then recharge supermarkets for that, but we do have to give them notice first. We're in the process of drawing up that order, that letter to go to the supermarkets of the borough. That's currently with the council solicitors awaiting sign off. As soon as that's signed off, everything else behind the scenes is ready to go. So we're just waiting for that letter to be signed off. But there are a set of fees and charges which were agreed at that committee, which are quite steep and should hopefully see a change in behaviour quite quickly relating to that. So hopefully that's a brief update on that.
And that was very concise. Thank you. Councillor Rimmer.
Yes, absolutely. I think trolleys is an issue that's close to my heart in terms of what's happening in my ward. As James will know, when I was Vice Chair of Leisure, Culture and Environment with Councillor Blake as Chairman of Leisure, Culture and Environment, we mentioned it a lot of times. I think this plan has been long in gestation because it was first aired in draft form under our administration. I welcome the 3-month trial to see what can be done. I just think there might be a need for a multi-pronged approach because these trolleys are so prevalent, and we discussed this at the Pitsea Town Working Group yesterday, and essentially we came to the conclusion that, you know, let's see if there is any more areas we can actually attack this problem, as well as what's being discussed by the council, because it is a form of theft. You know, this is the supermarket property. So if people are taking this trolley out and taking it to their house, and some of them are sticking it in their garden and keeping it in the garden, some have actually you've got queues of trolleys all lined up. And around Elm Green, I went walking there, and there were 40 trolleys with 4 banks of trolleys all lined up, and some others just thrown around. In November, they've actually, and it happens most Novembers, they get used to create bonfires or to sit on to watch the bonfire. in the middle of Elm Green, and we've had this problem happen a few times before in terms of antisocial behaviour. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate what you're saying in terms of you know, some people may not be able to afford you know, an online delivery or to drive a car, but they've got legs to walk back with the trolley. And so I think there is an approach which needs to actually send out letters and find people if they're doing this as well. And I have seen residents before with a trolley with one small shopping bag in it. So I think partly sometimes it's about having the trolley rather than actually needing the trolley. So it's welcome, and I think I'm interested to see what the results of the trial are and whether further action is needed on it. Thanks, James.
Lovely. Thank you, members. I think we'll wrap that up on there. That's been really helpful, James. It's okay for administrations to go, oh, we've got 4 new, you know, operatives working for the HRA Pride team. But it's been nearly a year since that money was agreed, and it's good to start to see, man, you've got solid progress of what they're going to do so that members of this committee can hold them to account. But to be honest with you, I think when our inboxes are quite light on these particular issues, it shows they're doing their job. Thank you, James. And you're very welcome to stay for the duration of the meeting, or if you wish to catch the weather or whatever you was up to, please do so. So Paula Mason and the team, we're coming to the Safer Basildon Partnership Serious Violence Action Plan on pages 23 to 41 of your agenda.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just going to do a brief presentation, so I'm going to share my screen. Can you see that? Yep, marvellous. Thank you. So tackling serious violent crime and the harm it causes victims and communities is a priority for the Safer Basildon Partnership, whose board approved the Serious Violence Action Plan in December 2020, aiming to protect young people and adults who are vulnerable to being groomed and or exploited into committing it. In anticipation of a new serious violence duty coming into force next year for community safety partnerships, the partnership has developed the plan using the Public Health 4P approach of prepare, prevent, protect and pursue. Sorry, I'm just trying to move the slide forward. So firstly, we looked at prepare. Understanding the problem is key to developing activities and interventions. So most importantly, we need to identify the drugs market profile and the locations where people are most affected. Vulnerable residents, those with a drug dependency, those who have special needs, are being targeted by drug gangs. So we need to identify who they are and take action to protect them. We will do this by enabling partners to raise specific concerns about cocooning within our multi-agency hub, daily and monthly tasking briefings and meetings, and act upon this information. Multi-agency training will support a common understanding and approach to exploitation, and promoting this plan at the local Health and Wellbeing Board will identify opportunities for alignment of priorities and delivery. Then we looked at prevent, secondly. Working together to prevent young people from becoming involved in gangs, county lines or exploitation, either as a victim, a perpetrator or both, was seen as a priority. The partnership believes it was important for parents, carers, elected members and the local community to recognise the signs and understand where to get advice and support from, including how to report. Developing a multi-channel communication strategy will provide positive opportunities for engagement and increase awareness across all aspects of the community. Promotion of diversionary activities within other agencies as a means of offering young people alternative options and mapping these activities so that we can identify where the gaps in service provision are. Thirdly, we looked at protect, developing a training package for the managers of semi-independent accommodation providers, building local relationships, undertaking joint visits were all seen as a means to building local relationships and improving outcomes for young people who are living in these accommodations, of which there are 36 known sites in Basildon. Expanding the programmes we deliver in schools, promoting healthy relationships, the signs of grooming and the risks associated with becoming involved in gangs will remain a priority also. Identifying software to create a central register of the tools and powers being utilised within the partnership will support further use of those. And then finally, pursue. Ensuring the use of tools and powers available, identifying best practice on the successful use of licence conditions as a means of disruption to gangs and county lines, establishing links with a court user group and offering training and building relationships. And then, of course, Essex Police's response is Operation Raptor, and the committee have received a presentation previously from Operation Raptor. So this is a one-year plan, the building blocks for developing sustainable resolutions to the issues we are tackling, and it is therefore recommended that the Housing and Communities Committee endorse the Safer Basildon Partnership Serious Violence Plan and support the approach being taken to reduce violence and vulnerability across the borough.
Thank you, Paula. As always, spot on the money.
Thank you.
Now, who would like to speak first? Councillor Rimmer, you're a quick draw McGaw normally.
Yep.
Bit slow tonight.
I know, I'm sorry, you jinxed me there, Chairman. I was going to just say that, no, it's great work that's going on there, and it's a comprehensive plan. I'm quite pleased with that. I'm also pleased with the government's commitment to tackle drug and violent crime out by funding 2.7 million across Essex, and with this announcement today. So I think together with national action, Essex action from Essex Police, and what we're doing here in Basildon, we're going to start to actually help and actually, tackle this situation. I do wonder, with the online harms bill sort of pending, and obviously this grooming aspect that comes out, and it's in this report as well, in respect of children in particular, and whether the council would like to write to our MPs, just give our experience in terms of Safer Basildon, and if that be reflected in terms of the passage of the online harms bill.
Councillor Rimmer, that sounds like an amendment for a letter on behalf of the committee.
Correct.
Sarah, have you got the gist of the wording from Councillor Rimmer, or would you require Councillor Rimmer to give you the necessary wording so it's crystal clear?
I need the necessary wording, please, Councillor Rimmer.
Councillor Rimmer, please.
Absolutely. That this committee proposes to write to our local MPs to give evidence of the Safer Basildon initiative in respect of online grooming, to help them, to inform them and give evidence for the debate on the online harms bill that it will be shortly going through passage in the House of Commons.
Did you get that all down, Sarah?
No, not just the last bit I didn't, sorry.
Go on, Councillor Rimmer.
Where did you get to, Sarah?
I'll put grooming and to help them and give evidence.
To help them with the debate as the online harms bill goes through the House of Commons.
Or the online hubs.
Harms, H-A-R-M-S.
Right.
I was the one who spoke fast at this committee.
Well, I'm presuming that all the members have heard that clearly. I'm not going to have to repeat it anyway.
No.
So who seconded it, Councillor Rimmer?
Councillor Henry.
Okay. Anyone wish to speak on that item before we vote on it? No, that sounds like a done deal. So if every member can unmute themselves and we'll vote on this amendment. Councillor Golden, how will you be voting?
Yeah, I'm happy to support this amendment, Chairman.
Yes, I do, but that's great. Councillor Henry?
For.
Councillor Rimmer?
For.
Councillor Yacoub?
In favour.
Councillor Mackenzie?
In favour.
And I should be voting in favour. Councillor Kevin Blake, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, it's great work. It's great work. There's working in partnership with the Essex Police, as you would expect me to say there. That's working for them. It's good news. I very, very rarely, and I have to say, I disagree with Councillor Rimmer. Very rarely indeed. I hold him in high esteem. However, I do feel, in fact, one of the reasons why I left the political culture is pure and simply, I don't think that we do enough regarding violent crime. I've always said anybody caught with a knife, not using a knife, caught with a knife, is 5 years imprisonment. It's that simple. I don't see, 95% of the people out there would support that, and the other 5% are probably the ones that are carrying the knives. So I agree with everything else he said. But on that issue, I just feel that, knife crime is huge. Only where I live, literally a couple of 100 yards from where I lived the other day, near Northlands Park, not in Northlands Park, there was a stabbing, and we believe it is possibly drug related. It's horrendous. But if they knew there was going to get a 5-year imprisonment for carrying it, maybe the attitudes would change, and I think that's where we need to target. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if Councillor Smith actually does 100% agree with me on that one.
Well, I think the only disagreement we might have, Councillor Blake, is it 5 or 10 years? But yeah, because there is no deterrence. And the trouble is a lot of young people carry the knives out. I've seen your hand, Councillor Mackenzie. A lot of young people carry out knives for 2 reasons. One, for protection, and they're the ones I worry most about because they think it's for protection. And if they can't handle it, it ends up getting used on them. And it's so sad, such a tragedy. Councillor Henry, Councillor Rimmer, and Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to thank Paula for the presentation, the hard work that's gone into this. I know for a fact her and her counterparts across lots of administrations across Essex and include Essex County Council are all working to the same outcome. There's so much work going on in this, and Mr. Chairman, you will have probably heard reference to it at county before that Councillor Guglielmi ran a task and finish group as part of the People and Families Commission into investigating into county lines, cuckooing and vulnerable people being exploited for crimes, some of which we've mentioned here in this report. I think it's a really good piece of work. I really do. I think it's it's a great addition to the work that's already been done by Safer Basildon Partnership. So I very much welcome it and thank Paula for the presentation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. You'll forgive me, Councillor Rimmer, but Councillor Mackenzie hasn't spoken at all tonight. So I'm going to let him go first, and he's one of your colleagues, then Councillor Rimmer, then Councillor...
I totally respect that decision.
Councillor Mackenzie, you have the floor.
Thank you. Paula, I was just wondering, what involvement do you have with the train companies and British Transport Police in terms of tackling county lines? Because obviously a lot of them come from London and they're using the public transport network to get here.
So we were due to run a campaign in November working with British Transport Police. We did run it previously about 2 years ago, and that was talking to young people that were on trains. So we're working with British Transport Police, Essex Police. We were outside train stations offering advice and handing out information. I'm not sure if Councillor Blake was there in his role within Essex Police, but we do engage with Essex British Transport Police in respect of gangs and county lines, because we're fully aware of the the fact that these young people are travelling on trains. And we would have witnessed it ourselves probably whilst travelling on them. So yeah, we do work with them. They are one of our partners and they're signed up to our information sharing protocol.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Should have said something else and Councillor Rimmer could have had another toffee. Councillor Rimmer, you have the floor.
Peanut butter sandwich, actually, but never mind.
Oh, I thought you were chewing a toffee.
When you got back-to-back meetings from work into council, you see, that's what happens sometimes. But in respect of the just Councillor Blake's comments, I don't think we've got that much to disagree on. I do believe in tougher sentences myself. Might disagree a little bit on Northlands Park and about the safety aspects of that, because I would like to see the promised park wardens actually in those parks and making them safer for residents and feel safer for residents. I'd also like to see extra lighting and landscaping as well. I agree with Councillor Mackenzie and his comments on British Transport Police. I'm glad that the council is working with them. We did have a fuller report from everybody on Safer Basildon, and I raised those concerns. And I also said if there was any possibility in terms of a sort of knife screening exercise at the Pitsea train station, for instance, because we were told that it wasn't possible to have those sort of knife arches, but I don't know if there's any other way around it, and I'd still be interested in that being investigated, obviously. But I think we're mainly on the same page, Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. With one of your requests, it sounds like Santa might be coming early. Won't ruin the surprise. Councillor Mackenzie, then I'm going to Mr. Wood. And did you want to speak again, Councillor Henry?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to take my hand in.
Sorry, Councillor Mackenzie, then Mr. Wood.
To what Craig just said, I did see an interesting piece of technology last year. It uses infrared to detect if people are carrying weapons, and it scans dozens of people at once, because obviously metal objects have different temperature, gives off heat signatures differently. So it could be something worth exploring to see who's carrying knives just walking through the train station doors.
I'm not sure if that's what the knife arches do. If people look as they're walking through.
It's different. It's slightly different technique.
Is it different? Oh.
Further away, and it uses AI to detect people carrying knives because they give off red. They radiate heat to the human body.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we can certainly look at that. We'll speak to Essex Police about that and see if that's a technology they're aware of and potentials around that.
Thank you.
Councillor Rimmer, is your hand still up, or did you want to?
It's newly up. It was just on that point, I think.
Councillor Rimmer, just one quick question, as you've been asking questions. With the way you keep sticking your hand up, I know what phone music to put on your as a ringtone on your phone.
Do you think I'm going to let you touch my phone?
Would if you keep putting your hand up.
You could work for MI6 with the way you try and squirrel secrets out of people. So no, I will. I was just going to say to the officer that actually the point with the knife arches was that they were saying that it was hard to get a position in Pitsea Station because it's so open. So maybe the solution that Councillor Mackenzie's talking about would actually work better based on the information we were given last time.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. Mr. Wood?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I'd like to obviously congratulate this paperwork. It's, good that we've got this, and yeah, that's good. I have one question though regarding the one-stop shop for parental advice and guidance. I mean, some parents will come to the end of their tether at whatever time of the day or night, and I wondered if there was a 24-hour service that was available where they can get advice or guidance.
So yeah, I'm just looking at that action on the action plan. So that's being led, that element, by Essex County Council. The information would be online, so parents would be able to access the information 24/7. Whether or not there would be somebody available to speak to parents 24/7 would be something that I'd need to find out and come back to you on. But there is 101 if parents are concerned, you know, in the early hours of the morning. And I would always recommend that, you know, you ring 101 or you know, if it's an emergency, you dial 999 and not wait and rely on websites for the information.
Yeah, thank you. I was thinking along the lines of that perhaps if it's a family member, they don't always want to report a family member to the police, and they just might need some guidance of how to go or where to go.
Yeah, so the
if it's run by
website,
Essex County.
the website is really comprehensive. And we also have information on Basildon Council's website.
Yeah, and how is that advertised to make people know or be made aware that that is available?
So as part of the multi-channel communication strategy that we're developing, we will raise awareness of that through that communications strategy.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you. Before we wrap up on this, I've got a question for you, Paula. You might have seen the documentary last week and this week on Channel 4, it was on a Monday evening, about the excellent work the police are doing to catch, and I have to be diplomatic, because this is me and Councillor Blake would have a regular word the public would use, but this is a family channel, so I have to be kept, so I will use the official title, paedophiles, yeah? And last week's episode, where the police done an excellent job of catching a paedophile who came all the way from Hove to Pitsea train station and booked an Airbnb property in Kirby Road in Vange. And last night's episode, the police done another excellent sting and caught a paedophile, thought he was going to meet a child at Basildon bus station. So it leaves me wondering, I mean, what the police do, what the TV show films, we have no control over. We can only see what is put into the public domain. However, does Basildon have a problem for online grooming where these perverts come to this borough to exploit our children?
Well, there's a question.
It's in the public domain, you know, the Echo asked about it today.
I would say that there
Good
has
luck
been
with this one.
yeah, there has been an increase in online grooming, you know, and lockdown has shown that there has been an increase in that area. Whether or not that is grooming, you know, the grooming can often be around dealing drugs and running county lines, as opposed to for sexual, as a paedophile. But I mean, I can certainly find out the information and come back to you in respect to that. I haven't got the information in front of me, so I wouldn't really like to answer or even try to hazard a guess at that answer.
So this is the problem. What the TV channels chop up and throw on the editing floor, you don't know. But it could have been mostly all about Basildon, but let's pick out the other town just to show a bit of difference. But it doesn't put the borough in a good light to think that we don't look up, we're not keeping an eye on our children. That was my concern, when I know for a fact Basildon parents are the most defensive of their children, but that Channel 4 documentary gives an appearance that Basildon kids will easily fall victim to these horrible people on the internet. Paula?
Yep. So as I said, I will find out the information and come back to you on that. I haven't got that information available.
Oh no. But this was the venue for members to raise it with officers, and I quite understand.
Yeah, so I can certainly find out there is an increase, or if Basildon has got you know, a larger issue than other parts of the country. I would hazard a guess that it hasn't. But as I say, I can't answer that question.
Oh no. But like,
information.
But like I say, this is the venue for members to raise it at a service committee, so officers can go away, speak to their partners in the police, and see what's what and what's not. Councillor Henry.
Sorry, there was. Thank you, Chairman. There was previously on this committee, we did some exercises with a couple of speakers who put us through a kind of a training thing. We rolled it out in a couple of venues, a couple of community centres across Langdon, where we were talking about online grooming, and we were talking about, you know, through things like TikTok and a variety of things like that. You know, technologies are changing so fast, and there's so many new and easier ways of doing things without, you know, it looking, you know, so while your comment about Basildon parents are absolutely, you know, all over this, it needs to be gotten across that, you know, having a real awareness of your child's online footprint and where that could potentially take them. You know, this is no longer the same problems that you had before. It's not, you know, the 70s where, you know, they're up in the back bedroom and they're safe and they're well. They could be at the end of the other end of the sofa to you and physically being groomed while you're talking to them. So it is an important aspect to explore, but I don't imagine that Basildon's got it any worse than anywhere else. It's just perhaps, you know, we're always good for a kick in the press, aren't we? We're always good for bad math, and I think that's a real shame. But I think you know, it's information that would be interesting to see what the stats are against other national towns, or what the intelligence is. But sometimes, you know, a lot of these things come out quite accidentally. So you know, some of these local groups rather than necessarily officer intelligence and things like that. So it would be interesting to get the answers. But
before I go to Councillor Rimmer, if you get it on that Channel 4 Plus, whatever internet replay channel, you'll be able to watch it. It's quite an eye-opener, and the police are absolutely brilliant at catch them. Councillor Rimmer.
No, I was going to just say that, no, it's quite an important point that you've raised, Chairman, that it's worth getting that information. But obviously, you know, we just have to think it's not the only channel, unfortunately, where this harm can come from. My understanding is that often the abuse could actually happen with people they know or in the family. So it's just, and that could be sexual, and that could be physical, or it could be neglect. And so it's just being mindful of all of that as well.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Right, I see no other speakers, so I'm going to go to the recommendation on page 23. Sarah, do we need to have a formal vote?
Yes, please.
Can all members unmute, and I'll call you out alphabetically. Councillor Golden, how will you be voting?
Yep, support the policy, yep.
Councillor Henry?
For.
Councillor Mackenzie?
In favour.
Councillor Rimmer?
For.
Councillor Yacoub?
In favour.
And I shall vote in favour too. Then we go to the next item of business, the Early Years Policy 2021-2024. Who's leading on that one, please?
Can I, hi Chair, it's me, Joe. Can I lead initially, and then I'll hand over to Tom? And I would say, sorry, I'd normally be on camera, but for some reason my computer's decided that my camera no longer exists. So you'll have to put up with me speaking as a discombobulated voice. But I'll be brief and then hand over to Tom. But the reason why I wanted to start off was just to give a little bit of context about this item, in the sense that the Early Years Policy is part of a group of 6 policies now. This is the 6th and final policy that has been developed through the COVID-19 response policy development group. So the COVID-19 working group, which obviously Councillor Smith, you're part of, and so is Councillor Yacoub. And that working group has given the opportunity for members and officers to look at a range of different topic areas together in response to some of the longer term challenges of COVID-19 and how we can aid the borough into recovery throughout the pandemic, but obviously even as importantly, once we get into the post-pandemic period. And I think what's important about all of these different policies, and like I say, this is the final one of 6 that have gone to committee. I think what's important about all of these policies is that they are areas that were of significance to the borough prior to the pandemic, and they were areas that the council was beginning to tentatively explore. But in each case, the importance of the topic areas that the policies discuss and consider has become even more important, and evidently more important because of the impact of the pandemic. And following on from that is also really accelerated the work that we've done in these areas to try to ensure that we're issuing a quick response to some of these priority topic areas. Early years, I'm sure all members can recognise why early years was a pre-existing area of interest for the council. There are numerous studies that show how critical a person's early years are to their subsequent life experiences and life outcomes. And there are some specific challenges in Basildon that I'll allow Tom to talk through, but generally it's an area of concern for most places, but especially ones like Basildon, where although we're lucky to have a great economy and we also have some of the most affluent areas in the borough, as members will also be aware, we have some of the least affluent areas in the borough. In fact, we've got more than 10 lower super output areas that are in the most deprived 10% of places in the country. So all of those things kind of offer a heady mix that provides specific challenges around the start that children get in life, both in the preschool age and once they get into primary school. And this policy is really aiming to address some of the challenges around that key time in people's lives, to give people the best possible opportunity to flourish and have the lives that we'd all want them to have. So that's the context and the background. And now I'll be quiet and hand over to Tom, who'll take you through the detail.
Thank you very much indeed, Joe.
Excuse me, this is Mrs. Border here. I'm sorry, I've got to leave you. I do apologise. My dog's doing his nut outside. I don't know what's happening. Sorry.
That's okay, Mrs. Folder. Thanks for attending.
Fine. Okay,
Sorry,
thank
Tom.
you very much. Thank you. Bye.
I hope it wasn't the prospect of discussing the early years policy that scared the dog off. There we are. I'll try and share my screen, Chairman. Bear with me. Thank you. Could somebody confirm that they can see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Apologies. There we are. Hopefully that should do it now.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Okay, so as Joe outlined, this is the Early Years Policy 2021 to 24, arising in part, as Joe said, from the Council's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The Policy Development Programme has created a set of 6 new policies to enable the Council to make timely interventions within our communities, to ensure our residents have better lives and access to opportunities, and to close the gap in key areas such as in life expectancy between communities, etc. This is the final one of the 6 brought forward, as Joe said. The Financial Inclusion and Resilience Policy and Social Value Policy were both adopted by Policy and Resources Committee in December. The Supporting Care Leavers Policy was adopted at Economic Development and Recovery Committee in January. The Connected Communities Policy was adopted by this committee last month. The Policy and Resources Committee adopted the Digital Inclusion Policy at the end of last month. And the final policy is this one, the Early Years Policy, which is before you here tonight. So moving on to look at the local context. Essex County Council carries statutory responsibility under the Childcare Act 2006 to provide education and early years services. This council, however, recognises the importance that district authorities should play in ensuring that children can achieve the best start in life and fulfil their potential, and early years education is of fundamental importance in achieving this. In ensuring that every child attends a good school and is successful at learning, Basildon seeks to play a key part in the education of children at every level, up to and including early years. In Basildon, the percentage of children achieving a good level of development has improved since 2015 and is the 6th best in Essex. However, 18.2% of children in the borough live in low-income households, which is the 2nd highest in the county and higher than the rate for England, which is 16.6%. The 2019 Early Years Foundation report also shows that Basildon has 369 disadvantaged pupils. That is 15.4% of Basildon pupils, which compares to 11% of Essex pupils who were disadvantaged. In light of these challenges, a Basildon-specific early years policy will enable us to play a key role in delivering positive outcomes for the children of Basildon. It will enable us to work with key partners across Basildon to deliver services that are of high standard and to monitor them accordingly. A formal policy will also allow this council to support an increase in early years provision and to utilise local knowledge and thinking to do so. A local policy will also complement and extend where appropriate the proposed Essex County Council Early Years Strategy, which is due later this year. Basildon Council recognises that access to early years education and learning is critical to the growth of children, helping them to transition from nursery to primary school and then to long-term educational attainment. A Basildon-specific policy will enable a strategic focus on early years and childcare provision in the borough, including adequate consideration for special educational needs, and allow for closer work with Essex County Council and local early years providers to improve local conditions to ensure high quality and sustainable provision is in place. The policy priorities, therefore, have been identified as: 1, to ensure that the council's knowledge and understanding of the early years sector in the borough is up to date. To ensure that the council prioritises the importance of influencing quality provision of early years and childcare in the borough in achieving desired outcomes as stated in our corporate plan. To ensure that Basildon Council secures the required developer contributions for housing and office developments within the borough in line with planning regulations towards the required provision of early years and childcare services, including special educational needs and workplace nurseries. To explore early intervention strategies that can effectively support cognitive development, which includes gaining vital speech and language skills and ability to read and write in order to bridge inequality gaps in school readiness and good learning development for children. And finally, to consider the impact on and the needs of households where there is a prevalence of child poverty, which may have increased due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So looking at the intended outcomes, the following outcomes have been identified as part of the early years policy. Every child attends a good school and is successful in learning. Improved access to early help and support for families. We want to advocate and advance quality early years and childcare provision that meets the changing needs of children and their families in the borough. We want to provide clarity on the council's approach and roles and responsibilities for influencing the conditions that impact on the delivery of a quality early years service. And we want to identify opportunities to work in partnership and collaborate with key partners to deliver positive outcomes for our children and young people. As this is one of 6 policies being brought forward, there are wider links as well to other policies and legislation, both in and beyond Basildon. There's obviously our corporate plan 2019 to 22, Believe in Basildon. There are good links to the health and wellbeing policy, the economic development strategy and policy, the employment and skills strategy. And then there's links to the Safer Basildon partnership strategy, our consultation and engagement policy, and then 2 more, our safeguarding policy and our place strategy. So the links are extensive to other documents within the council's policy framework. And finally, moving on to the recommendation, it's recommended, therefore, that the Housing and Communities Committee adopts the Early Years Policy 2021 to 2024 on behalf of Basildon Borough Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Councillor Rim, I saw your hand up ages ago, not first, ages ago.
No, you're right. I did see it up myself, so I went back to raise it and it was already up. So apologies for that. I will lower it next time, but I did want to put my hand up. But others can go first if you on your
Well,
discretion.
I shall pick Councillor Yacoub. What do you think of your question? And Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Yacoub, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I'm really supportive of this policy. I think it's really important to have a localized approach towards the early years sector. But one of the things I've been thinking about is, like, when it comes to implementing this, I think we need to be wary of not kind of falling into a trap of having a one-size-fits-all approach. I think when you think about the development of children, especially during the early years, especially given this pandemic and everything that they've gone through, when we go back into this kind of post-pandemic world, I really feel that the emphasis and the pressure has to change from catching up to understanding what their emotional needs are, and understanding and helping them to process what they've gone through, and kind of providing an empowering narrative around how this will shape them and how this will shape the future. And I think when it comes to education, it's really important to remember that having success in academics does not always equal a successful life or a successful career. And I think for me, it always goes back to having emotional resourcefulness and having your kind of emotional development focused on. And I think this is one of the key things that we should look at when implementing this. And again, I know you've mentioned things like child poverty, low income households, speech and language, all of that would have been affected by the pandemic, especially speech and language services. But also things like barriers when it comes to race. Like, it can't be a one size fits all approach. Every child has different needs to be able to be successful, especially during the early years. And one of the things that would really help is having that emphasis on learning through play, and even like having like using play to be able to express yourself and to be able to kind of make sense of what's gone on around you. And those are some of the things that I know they seem really like the kind of practical nitty-gritty stuff, but I still think it's important to mention here, because I think when we talk about things like like good learning development and things like that, when we measure them, sometimes we measure kind of numbers and grades, but not enough that we measure or look at the human being or the child behind it. And I think we need to go with that approach for this. But overall, I support this.
Thank you, Councillor Yacoub. Councillor Mackenzie?
Yes, got two questions really. On page one, I'll just find the page. Oh yes, page 53. It says in 2018, 73% of children were achieving a good level of development, which was up 6% compared to 2015. So that's 2018 compared to 2015. Say we come back in, I don't know, a few years, in 2025, what percentage would you hope to see Basildon achieving in this area? And also, in terms of areas where Basildon Council has no direct control, for example, it says ensuring that every child attends a good school. Obviously, some are under the county and some are academies, and therefore they're independent. How does Basildon hope to achieve that goal?
Tom?
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Yacoub, for your comments. Points noted, and we will indeed take them forward and when we're considering implementation. Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. The first question you asked about where we would like to be on the Good Development Index, or where would our percentage target, as it were. All I would say is we want to maintain an upwards trajectory. I wouldn't want to commit us at this stage to any percentage in 5 years' time. The world is a fast changing place, as the events of the last 12 months have shown us. But I think what we will be looking to do is continuously improve development prospects for Basildon's children, and this policy, we would hope, is an important stage in helping us to do that. And secondly, your point is a very good one. It's a very complex delivery landscape. The academies, etc., they have more independence, but we would hope to use our community leadership and our convening power as the council for Basildon, and the one that knows our residents best, to be able to bring together all the partners and all the players in that landscape to work together to secure better outcomes for our young children.
Thank you, Tom. Councillor Rimmer, then I'm going to Mr. Wood.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think there has to be a bit more of shout out for Essex on this, and obviously they've had their budget recently where they've been announcing, that 5,000 laptops were actually given to students in Essex, and that £1.5 million is actually going to fund to help kids catch up in terms of COVID. And £1 million.
Councillor Rimmer, it sounds like you're using an ECC laptop.
I'm not indeed. I'm not. No.
That sounds better. They're pretty Mickey Mouse.
No, these are laptops that are being donated by members of the community and are being sort of recycled as part of the scheme.
Oh, that's all right. If they're ECC
also,
laptops, you're better off seeing Del Boy.
Terry, come on, let me speak. And I was also going to say that they've got £1 million that's actually going to mental health services, which is actually also going to be to children, to talk to Councillor Yacoub's earlier points as well. So there's a lot of good work that's already been going in that space, and I just think we need to shout out on that as well. The policy's fine. I do question one thing, and I hope the strategy will be more lined up with Essex on this. If there is a strategy coming out in summer, it's probably important to see what we can do to help that strategy in areas as well. So where they have targets, and just saying how can we plug into that to help that strategy work, and see what Essex can do to help our strategy work. So a bit more, it'd be good to see more joined up thinking when it comes to the strategies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. I'm going to go to Mr. Wood, but before I do, if you've never used an ECC laptop, look for a man with a three-wheel jello van and get you a better one. Mr. Wood, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hopefully you can all hear me again. Yeah, I applaud this strategy. It definitely looks good. And you talked about the percentage of disadvantaged pupils in the borough. Going back to Councillor Yakub's point that not one size fits all, I'd like to see figures for each individual area, because that may help the community's development strategy in perhaps fashioning certain delivery of stuff that they're going to do in each individual area. And it might be more advantageous depending on the area that they're doing. I wondered if that's possible that those percentages could be broke down.
Tom, is that possible, please?
I would have to have a look back at the 2019 Early Years Foundation report. I don't have it to hand, but I will certainly check that for you and see if we can get data broken down further into the different localities within the borough. My suspicion is not. I'm guessing this is going to be a national level report that just reports data on a local authority level, but I will check it all the same and make sure and come back to Sarah.
Thank you. Councillor Henry, you want to come back?
Sorry, was Mr. Wood finished? Yeah, looks like it. Thank you, Chairman. I don't have a problem with this policy at all. I really don't. You know, you and I have both been governors on a school that has a very, very mixed bag of pupils from a variety of different areas, and you know, it really is about the work that you put in. It's not about necessarily sometimes the advantage. It's the hard work you put in behind the scenes to level that up for people. We all know that, you know, there can't be a one-size-fits-all policy for children, because families aren't, you know, fixed by one-size-fits-all policies either. So I don't have a problem with this, but I think, you know, as with the previous report brought to us by Paula, there is a considerable amount of great work being done across Essex in other authorities and by Essex as well. And I think, you know, we would be insane to go into this without begging, stealing and borrowing every single idea that we can to improve and level up for our children and you know, give the best life chances that we possibly can. So I have no problem whatsoever supporting this policy. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. And just to conclude, as there's no other speakers, when I first became an elected member, that was of Essex in 2013, Basildon Council under Tony Ball was just wrapping up this similar sort of programme of intervention with the primary schools and children from deprived areas, making sure the children, as daft as it sounds, but they were potty trained and ready to enter primary school. And that's seen the primary schools, particularly in the Newtown part of Basildon, being really good, and Lee Chapel South Primary is the second best in South Essex. So it's a natural continuation of that work. But obviously COVID's changed things. We need to really get extra support for the children because they've lost so much school through no one's fault. No one's fault at all. So I should put the recommendation to the vote on page 43. Can members unmute yourself and I'll call you out alphabetically? Councillor Gordon, how will you be voting?
I support the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Henry?
For.
Councillor Mackenzie?
In favour.
Councillor Rimmer?
For.
Councillor Yakub?
In favour.
And I should be voting in favour. Now, I personally am happy to carry on, but we've got a clerk of the council and other employees of the council who may just want a 5-minute break. Would you need a 5-minute break? Because we've been going on for 3 hours and 20 minutes.
I think it's good manners to have one.
Oh, let me ask the officers. Do you want that 5-minute break?
I'm fine either way. I don't know about anybody else.
Okay. Let's just have 5 minutes and then people can do what they need to do. So I shall see everyone at 9:24 p.m.
Okay. I'll pause the recording.
Thank you.
You've got to be quiet. I'm still at work. Come and lay down. I can't have you barking. Come on, lay down then. Come on, lay down. Come on, just lay down. I'm still working.
Sarah? Sarah?
Yes.
Oh, it's all right. I could hear you talking. You weren't on mute.
I can hear someone else talking. I'm just about to.
Sorry, it was me. I was trying to keep the dogs quiet because they wanted to come in.
It's okay. It's
and I
fine.
forgot I wasn't on mute.
No, it's all right. I didn't want you to say anything that might incriminate you to the dogs.
No, yeah, just say to the doggies,
no worries,
please
sorry.
settle down.
I heard what you said about us councillors.
I know the feeling. Hi, Kevin.
Hiya.
I just thought there might be a matrimonial going on.
No.
No worries. I'm going to go and get a quick drink. See you in a minute.
Lay down. Go and lay down.
Oh.
I meant to give you a call, Councillor Blake. I'll give you a ring tomorrow about your conversation with Leslie.
Oh yeah,
About Wickford, is that right?
And ironically, I was going to give you a call today and forgotten about something else.
I run out of time. Yeah, I'll give you a call tomorrow.
About Elm Green.
Although we've stopped the recording that will go on, it's still recorded on YouTube because we can't stop that. Just so you know.
Yes, fine.
Okay, yeah, it's just on. It'll be about Elm Green.
I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Brilliant. Cheers.
Carol?
Yes, Stephen.
You sounded just like one of those over 50s life plan adverts. I'll
Did
give
I?
you a call.
Sorry. Apologies.
Okay, so who's got a dog? Is it you? Can I go and grab a squeaky toy and drive it absolutely nuts? Just no.
Please don't. Please don't.
No, you'd be wondering what a 48-year-old man would be doing living alone with a squeaky toy.
Did Sarah just say that this is still
Very fair
on
point.
YouTube?
Yes.
Yeah. I think we better turn our cameras off again and mute ourselves. Oh, Councillor Henry's gone.
That's it. Everyone get to powder their noses. That's a nice old-fashioned phrase. We're nearly on the witching hour. Kevin, I reckon Craig's taping Waterloo. It's on Sony Movies.
Is he really?
Yeah. Last time someone tried to unite Europe.
Fair point.
There you are, Craig. I thought you was watching Waterloo on, what's it, Sony Movies? I'm taping it. Thought you might have liked that, someone trying to unite Europe under one government.
I like us defeating Napoleon.
Politician's answer. So I'm starting to turn you into a Europhobe then.
I'm not xenophobic in any way, shape or form.
No, just Europhobe. It's good old quaint English custom. It's only the last century we didn't fight the French out of 1,000 years.
We've also been great allies of them. World War One, World War Two.
Mutual interest. Right, Sarah, we're bang on 9:25, so I think that's fair.
Yeah, we haven't got Councillor Cube back on or Councillor Mackenzie yet.
Come on, Luke.
I'm here.
You're here. Magic. Right. You ready with the old YouTube malarkey, Sarah?
Yeah.
Right. Page 59. We all going there, Sarah?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, members, we're now going on to the Prevention Concordiate for Better Mental Health. Sarah, which officer is leading on this item, please? Grant Taylor?
Yes.
There you are.
Yes, it's me, Councillor.
Okay, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. So yes, I'm here to present on the proposal for the council looking to sign up to the Prevention Concordat for Better Mental Health, which is run and operated by Public Health England. So the Concordat is intended to provide a focus for cross-sector action to deliver tangible increase in adoption of public mental health approaches. So it's a national scheme where authorities like ourselves would sign up to becoming a Concordat member and then setting up an action plan for how we are going to support our residents working with partners to improve mental health. This follows on from quite a lot of work that the council's been doing over a number of years, none more so than bringing the health and wellbeing strategy to this committee in March last year, where we took on the basis of taking a health and all policies approach, which I'm pleased to say has been in play throughout this period, and only in the last agenda item they're talking about the early years policy. I'm very pleased to say that myself and health colleagues were very much looking at that to see how we could best enable such a policy and the other sister policies that have been part of the work that Tom spoke about to ensure better health. So that's very much in vogue and in play. This also follows on from the fact that the council has been used as an exemplar twice over 2020 for its work in relation to community mental health in two separate reports from the Commission for the Equality in Mental Health and the Centre of Mental Health, which has been really fantastic. And that led, of course, to Councillor Gordon and myself being invited to be keynote speakers for an LGA conference on health inequalities and sharing the work that's been happening in Basildon. So I'm really pleased to say that this kind of we've been gathering steam on this work, and Public Health England themselves contacted the council and said, with the work that you're doing, we would really like you to be a signatory to this. There are not many tier 2 authorities that are doing that, or any that I understand, simply because we're not a public health authority in that way. But the Public Health England were particularly keen to get us on board as an exemplar for a tier 2 authority in a way in which we are acting locally, working with our Director of Public Health and colleagues in public health at a local level, but how we see our role certainly as a local place-based champion. So that's very positive. So looking at what the Concordat wants us to agree to, obviously today, should the committee choose to, it will be signing up to the principle of doing so, and then we would have to build an action plan from that. But to be a signatory, it would like us to focus on prevention and the wider determinants of mental health and the impact that we can make with our colleagues on that basis. It is very keen on that cross-sectoral action. So I keep talking about colleagues and the work that we're doing with the hospital and work we're doing with local employers and we heard their early years providers and our county colleagues and the like. So this would very much be Basildon taking a lead to ensure that the wider system in our area is focusing very heavily on that. And of course, our voluntary sector, importantly. There is a real desire for people with lived experience of mental health problems and the wider community in being engaged and involved in that. And I think we're certainly well placed to do that through much of the work that we've been doing over the last year. The operation of the Basildon Mental Health Fund, which we put £50,000 fund last year, working with local philanthropic providers and public health to be able to put that money out. So we've got that real recourse to the voluntary sector and local people, therefore, that can participate in us being able to develop this. There is also a real clear expectation that we build capacity and capability across our workforce and prevent mental health problems and promote good mental health. So this obviously, we're in a very good place from this, building on the work that we've been doing with the workforce strategy, with the work we've been doing to support our own residents, our own staff, I should say, over this period. And I know many of our partners are the same. So I think it's important to say we're not at a standing start at the beginning of this. We're already doing positive work here, and therefore signing the Concordat would be something that we are very comfortable with being able to meet the challenge of well, but also that it would also, we'd want to stretch that as well through signing up to this important piece. So the action plan development, there is certain things that there is an expectation that are recognised for signing Prevention Concordat as a signatory, and the council will need to agree to the consensus statement and produce an action plan addressing the 5 domain framework areas. These are understanding local needs and assets, working together, taking action for prevention and promotion, including reducing health inequalities, defining success and measuring outcomes, and ensuring good leadership and direction. As I said a moment ago, I think we are in a strong position for that, but of course this would be the work that we would need to go away and do and draw that together with Public Health England and ensure that they are comfortable and happy. The action plan, should we become a signatory, the proposal is it would be governed through our health and wellbeing partnership here in Basildon, which of course is a partnership that is made up of many different partners from different sectors, chaired by Councillor Gordon. The partnership will of course feed the delivery through many other important work streams that we're working on locally as a council and with our partners as well, including the local delivery pilot, our work with Sport England, and the Basildon Borough Mental Health Forum in particular, which the CVS are leading on in our borough, as well as others, of course. So this report is merely asking whether the committee would follow the recommendation that the council signs up to the Prevention Concordat for better mental health with Public Health England. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Grant. I've got 3 councillors wishing to speak. It is Councillor Golden, then Rimmer, and then Mackenzie. Councillor Golden, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Grant and your team for all the work you have done over the last few years, not just on mental health, but on public health in general. Also, I think it's important, and this might be the first time ever in a public forum I've said this, but massive praise must also go to Essex County Council, and in particular, Councillor John Spence, who's been a real ally to me in terms of getting some of this work off the ground, and it's been really positive over the years, some of the conversations I've had with him. So I think it's important I put that on record, because I think when we're thinking about mental health and we're thinking about public health, I think we can tend to get cross-party agreement. It's something that I think's it spans across politics when we're thinking about mental health. But I think what I want to do is just to give members a bit of context when we talk about mental health. What is it we're actually talking about? Because we as a council, we're not there as the mental health provider for Basildon Borough. But what we do and what we've recognised through this work is a number of functions that we carry out have a direct impact on people's mental well-being. You know, if your estate's looking untidy and you get up in the morning, chances are you're going to feel a bit grumpy about it. Chances are that might be a bit frustrating. It might even prevent you from going out from doing some exercise, which of course has a good impact on your mental health. And one of the interesting things that's happened as a result of the partnerships and the infrastructure we've built around public mental health, and it was the best contribution I've ever sort of listened to in a meeting, was when our refuge guys noticed that in a particular area, there was an increase in bottles being recycled. So beer, alcohol, whatever. You know, that sort of intelligence feeding up into public health decision making is absolutely where we want to be. Because every single function of Basildon Council, I can't think of anything that doesn't, has a direct impact on health and has a direct impact on mental health. And I think when thinking about it through that lens, we can make a real difference to our community. The other thing I'm really pleased to see is how the work that we've done, and this is sort of, again, cross-party, it's not particular to any individual or any one councillor, how that work has been recognised by not only Public Health England, but independent leading mental health charities who have said that the note we're striking in Basildon is absolutely the right note. And this is something that should be shared across the country. I mean, what fantastic feedback for us as community leaders. And I think by signing up to this public prevention concordat for better mental health, it really sends that signal that we as Basildon are really proud of what we have here. I'm really proud of our town, and we're really passionate about addressing some of the challenges that our residents have. Not just passing the issue from pillar to post, but actually tackling it where we can head on. I think also the important thing is, what's the point of just signing up to an agreement? It's another agreement, another policy. What this does, it gives us access to decision makers at Public Health England, and it gives us as a council a real voice in terms of the national strategy on mental health, in terms of a whole range of different items. It gives us a seat at the table, and also it gives us support in return. So our officers will be able to access sort of Public Health England. They need a chat on a policy or anything like that. So I'm going to sort of wind up there. And again, I just really want to put on record my thanks to Grant and his team for all the amazing work that they've done on this. It really has grown and developed over the years. And I'm really chuffed to sort of be able to hopefully vote this through tonight. So yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Golden. Councillor Mackenzie?
Yes, I was just wondering, because it mentions leadership, will you be incorporating Basildon Council's internal staff policies? Because obviously leading by example, making sure their staff well-being is paramount, and showing people that you do care, and starting at home, really.
Ron?
Yeah, I think that's a really strong point, Councillor Mackenzie, and I think we're in a positive place on that. I think right from the top, Scott Logan's very, very supportive of staff mental health, and him and SLT have taken huge steps in that for us as officers to ensure that we get the support we need, and we're making sure we feed that through. As I mentioned during my presentation, the workforce strategy, and that's been a big part of that. And you'd only need to go and look on our SharePoint sites, Basnet sites, I should say, and kind of see that, front and centre of that is the staff wellbeing page, and it's always being added to by our HR colleagues. So I think we definitely see that leadership as officers, and clearly that needs to continue, because if we sign up to Concordat, we'll have those eyes on us, but it's clearly also the right thing to do. Thank you.
Councillor Rimmer, then Councillor Henry, and then Councillor Coe.
Well, I'm going to say something that I wouldn't expect myself to be saying as well. I'm going to praise Councillor Gordon for all of his hard work in this particular area. We know that he has been an ambassador, really, for the council on this mental health issue, and he deserves praise for that. So, yes, I will say that. in terms of this, I'm just interested, obviously, in a few particular areas as well. And apologies if that's starting to delve into some of the strategy going forward. But it was to do with obviously what's happened with lockdown in terms of social participation, because one of the areas we're very key is providing community facilities, providing community generally, and obviously a lot of our older residents can't participate in the way they used to, and all residents can't participate in the way they used to. And this, we know that loneliness actually does have an effect on people's mental health, but it also has an effect on their longevity as well. So that's one of the things that would be great to be played in, because obviously what do we do in times like this in terms of keeping that sense of community, keeping that social participation going, to sort of curtail loneliness, and what do we do in terms of post-lockdown and getting people back into community again. The other aspect, and I know that some organisations are running this as well, is if we're looking, and maybe it could be Grant, it could be Andrew himself answering this, Councillor Gordon, but in terms of mental first aiders, is that something that the council has looked at themselves? Is that something that we would be giving guidance on for employers to do as well? Because often just treating mental health in that same sense of physical health and having somebody to say, are you okay, to a colleague, is actually a first thing, and then pointing them to sort of professional advice.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. Councillor Henry, then Councillor Cope.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't really have a point to make now that Craig hasn't already raised, but I would like to thank Councillor Gordon for the work, the tireless work he's put in over the years with this. I do know for a fact that Councillor Spence appreciates the efforts made through the partnerships and what have you. I would say for this policy, as the previous two items we've debated, there is much work and much to be gained from continuing those relationships with other boroughs and continuing those relationships with Essex. There is so much work going on behind the scenes at Essex to look at the wider determinants of mental health and general health, and so it is really, really important that we as a borough, if we are signing this tonight, it's really important that we continue those strong relationships on the things that matter, and we can keep the slapping sessions, on the things that don't matter. But this is far too important to have politics or structure or power plays. This is a very, very, very big thing. Prior to the lockdown, one of the biggest issues facing health in Essex was social isolation and loneliness, and it certainly hasn't been helped by the last 14 months that we've all had to endure. So I welcome the report. I'm grateful for Andrew's involvement over the last few years, and I'd like to thank Grant for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. I will invite Councillor Goldman. Councillor Coop's been patiently waiting.
Thank you. I would just like to say that given the time that we're in right now, it has never been so important to have something like this. I know that this current lockdown has affected people's mental health in a very different way to how the first lockdown went around, and I think this is something to be so proud of. And I think as a council we have been really proactive in this, whether it's the mental health fund or the befriending service that we put together as part of the community hub. And I think this is just the next vital step, and I'm really proud that we have been identified as an example whereby we are working towards alleviating poor mental health, and also place on record the great work that Councillor Gordon has done. And I'm looking forward to having updates on this in the future and doing more work, because this is only the beginning, and I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done in this field.
Thank you, Miriam. Councillor Golden.
Yeah, just wanted to come back on a couple of points, and thank you for everyone's kind words. But I also think we need to look at ourselves as well, because we all create the environment for this, and each and every one of us on the council are community leaders and come into contact with mental health on a daily basis. So I think, really appreciate everyone's kind words, but also think we need to acknowledge our own great and fantastic roles in this, because we have all done something in some way, shape or form to push this agenda forward. And I think it's important that we all recognise that. I think in terms of mental health first aiders, I think one of the things, Councillor Rimmer, that I'm particularly interested in pushing forward is how we use our experience in the council to educate and support our employers, because I think some of the biggest interface points around mental illness and mental health challenges are our borough's employers, and that can be both from a workforce perspective. So, you know, Mr. Smith, who's working at Ford's or anywhere it could be, is struggling with their mental health. How can they be connected in to be supported? Or it could be, you know, Mrs. Smith, who's having a haircut, has disclosed to the hairdresser that they're struggling with their mental health. You know, how are we empowering people to know what's available locally, to know what support mechanisms are out there? I think those are really important questions for us as a council to answer, because this solution to mental health challenges doesn't just lie in the public sector. It lies everywhere and in every point. And it's not about saying, as I said, that everyone's mentally ill and everyone needs sort of a care and support package. It's about recognizing that we all have a mental health. It's equal to all of us. We all feel frustrations. We all feel stressed, anxious. But how we go about managing that and what are our own personal resources and resilience points is something we all need to reflect on. We all need to utilize, particularly given lockdown, because for a lot of people, you know, just going out to the park, meeting up with their mates down the pub, whatever it may be, that was a really important vehicle for them to manage their mental health and to get that support. With that curtailed, it's had a massive impact on people's overall mental well-being. And the conversations that we're having now, both as individual councillors, as in our partnership boards, they will all be focused around what are we going to do to make sure our community is resilient enough and prepared for what's to come. So yeah, I'm really sort of pleased by the energy around this, by the passion from councillors. I believe, Grant, and correct me if I'm wrong, we do have mental health first aiders in the organisation. I don't know in terms of the details of the programme, but obviously Grant's better placed to answer that specific question.
Lovely. Thank you, Councillor Golden. I've got Councillor Blake, then Councillor Yacoub, and Grant Taylor will pick up any points from subsequent speeches. Councillor Blake, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. First of all, to Councillor Golden, are you sitting down? Just a nod will be appropriate. You are, okay. Councillor Golden and I have not always seen eye to eye. I think we've both recognised that. But I would like also to put on record, you know, that I know the hard work that's gone into this over the years, along with officers, I hasten to add. So it would be a miss of me not to put it on record. My thanks for what all you've done to help the council and the people with mental health. It's a fantastic job you've done. So I hope that's not shocked you too much. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blake. Councillor Yacoub?
It's just a small point, just to add to what Councillor Gordon referred to as the responsibility that we all have in our day-to-day lives. And I think one of the things that strikes me still is that whenever you ask someone how you are, everyone's like, I'm fine, I'm good. And I often sometimes feel that a more authentic response would help open up those conversations about mental health, because we're all tired sometimes, we're all frustrated. I mean, especially like throughout this pandemic, you speak to most people and everyone's like, yeah, I'm fine, but you're going through something that, you know, most people haven't been through in their lifetimes. You know, it's clearly going to have affected you, but it's almost like this atmosphere or this culture of, you know, we're not supposed to talk about what's hard or what's tough, and we're supposed to kind of put on this front. And I think something around addressing that culture would be good, because I think those are some of the opportunities through which we could have these conversations about mental health.
Thank you, Councillor Yacoub. I'm going to wrap up on that particular item, but thanks to all the officers and the excellent work of Councillor Golden on this issue. He's been I'm going to wrap up here, Councillor Rimmer, because we've still got a bit more to do. So I'd like to thank Councillor Golden for the excellent hard work. And I think I just want to pinch a leaf from Councillor Blake's book. was it not even a few years back, Councillor Gould and I were both against each other on the ballot paper, and he made very public his mental health issue at the time. I thought that was very brave, and it took a large pair to actually say that in a four-way fight. But neither did the late, I don't want to say his nickname, Fozzie as we knew him, yeah. God rest his soul, the Conservative candidate, not I, not the Jeff Williams, Liberal Democrats, ever had a pop at Andrew for coming at me with his mental health issue. And I think that demonstrates, we can say what we like tonight, but when it's a four-way fight at the ballot box, we all are on record, respective of our different respective parties, would never kick anyone with mental health issues, and in fact, we'd like to support them. So thank you, Councillor Gordon. I'm going to put the recommendation.
Sorry, Chair. You did promise that the officer would come back on some of the points from the speeches.
Yes, I'm right. Sorry about that. Grant, was there anything missed off?
Not really missed off, Councillor. I can just come back on a few points, if I may. Yes, Councillor Gordon's right. The Basildon Council does have a series of mental health first aiders. That's a scheme that we operate and continue to do so. I would say very much from the social isolation point of view, I recognise everything that Councillor Rimmer said there. Clearly, under my service area, this is a standard part of our work with regards to operating our activity centres, operating our community centres, and the like of what happens in them, having responsibility for community, etc. So rest assured, the first point that we can resume that important community function, we certainly will be doing so. It's been a very, very tough year on that. But that said, as Councillor Yacoub said, you know, we haven't just stopped. We reverted, we created, and we got running a befriending service very, very quickly. We thought it was going to be for the short term. It's not been. It's been a much longer term thing. We've made and I haven't got the latest figures on calls, but it's an inordinate amount. We worked with very close colleagues of mine and in Motivated Minds in relation to the Are You OK campaign at Christmas around befriending as well. And I'm also pleased to say we're now working with the CVS, trying to help them with getting a befriending coordinator set up. So as at the point which we do return to business as usual, we will hopefully start to see the continuation of a befriending service, working with the voluntary sector. So social isolation is very much at the heart of the work we've been doing over the last year. But we also recognise that I think through this process, we have perhaps caught people that perhaps were socially isolated before COVID, and they were isolated during COVID, and if we're not careful, they're going to be isolated afterwards. So what we've been able to do, we hope, is capture them through our befriending, through our community hub, and our aim very much is that the point at which we open up our activity centres, open up those support networks that operate in our community halls and the like, and that we support via our different funding streams and SLAs, that we are going to be drawing people through and into that. So we hopefully have at least some positives that come out of this. We've also been doing extensive work in relation to digital isolation with the mayor and other members, which has resulted in us drawing down about £15,000 worth of external funding. And we're working with Adult Community Learning, again, our Essex colleagues there, to train up digital buddies so as we can support people with digital isolation as well. So rest assured, lots of work's going on in that way, and I it would be remiss of me not to say that my work with the public health team at County Hall and Active Essex as well is constant. So we're not working on silo on this at all. Basildon is playing a key role, is playing a leading role, but very much in partnership with all of our Essex districts and boroughs and our county colleagues. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Grant Taylor. Right, I'm going to put the recommendation on page 59 to the votes. So if all members can unmute yourself, and I shall call you out in alphabetical order. Councillor Golden.
I'll support the recommendation.
Councillor Henry. You're muted.
Sorry, Chairman. 4.
Councillor Mackenzie.
4.
Councillor Rimmer.
4.
Councillor Yacoub.
In favour.
And I should be voting in favour too. Thank you. We'll go on to the next item, the antisocial behaviour policy, pages 67 to 85. And is that yourself, Tina, leading on this, or
Me, Chairman.
Carol?
It's Carol. I'll do a very quick overview. Obviously, it's been a long night, but just to set the scene. So the Housing Act 1996, as amended by the Antisocial Behaviour Act 2003, places a statutory duty on the council as a local authority landlord to publish antisocial behaviour policies and procedures, setting out the way in which it will deal with antisocial behaviour that relates to its housing management functions. The scope of policy is not just around the housing estates, it's within our own housing stock. It also includes obviously antisocial behaviour across the borough. The policy obviously was due for renewal, expired in 2020, and I'm pleased to confirm there's been no significant changes in legislation since the Antisocial Behaviour, Crime and Policing Act 2014 was introduced. So therefore, in this policy, there are very minimal changes when you compare it to the previous policy. The previous policy has been very successful since its implementation, going back to 2003, and the council will always exhaust all options available to them before an eviction is sought, because that is ultimately the last resort for us. But how the policy does provide residents with a clear approach as to how the council deals with ASB across the borough, and that is set out in the policy with the procedures. The Safer Basildon Partnership Hub has brought many benefits to the borough. The antisocial behaviour team prior to the pandemic were based in the Safer Basildon Partnership Hub, and that gives them the opportunity to work closely with partners and enables the partnership to focus resources in priority areas. The revised policy, the significant changes in the policy, and I did say they were minimal, it's updated to the details around the council's response to the current pandemic and the legislation in place around the Coronavirus Act 2020, and also gives a clearer emphasis on our response to reports of antisocial behaviour and the way that we manage those under the Equality Act 2010. So I'm going to keep that quite short, Chairman, and open for questions.
Well, I'm going to wager we're going to get a few speakers on this one because it is an issue of contention. Councillor Rimmer, the fastest hand in the West. Mr. Wood, you're noted, and Councillor Mackenzie will follow Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Carol's had a few dealings with me on this particular issue. It's fair to say. Out off the bat straight away, I think Carol's a fantastic officer and shows passion and commitment on this particular issue. I just have a problem with the policy, and I have a problem with how we're reporting on satisfaction rates, because the satisfaction rates that are in this report, 2018-19, when we were in administration, I don't believe those figures. The 2019-2020, the first year of the Basildon Borough Alliance, I don't believe those figures either. So this is a non-partisan point. To say that we've got 98 and 99% satisfaction rates for antisocial behaviour cases just doesn't ring true for me. And I also think the perception of antisocial behaviour in the borough is quite bad. I also believe there's a lot of people not coming forward because they actually think if they come forward that the antisocial behaviour will then be targeting them specifically rather than actually targeting the victims as they are at the moment. I would love to propose, and I think we could, as a working group, an all-party working group on antisocial behaviour, to actually look at this policy afresh and see if we could actually beef this up and actually tackle something that is a blight for many of our communities at the moment in a meaningful way. And I would like to include, obviously, any of the residents who are, the tenancy reps, etc., if they wanted to be included in that working group as well, because obviously they're acutely affected by that too. So, I mean, I would suggest as an amendment that we actually.
Councillor Rimmer, when a member asks serious questions, which is just that, I'd rather deal with those questions than your amendment, okay? So, Carol, I mean, very respectfully, Councillor Rimmer's made some serious comments, and I think that needs to be answered, because it looks like if we're manipulating figures or it's not right, that needs to be addressed. So can you, yourself and Leslie, please answer Councillor Rimmer's questions, because that is important. It's a fair comment from the opposition, but we have to address that now.
If I can ask Tina to answer the point about satisfaction statistics first.
Okay, so just a little bit of background. Obviously, when we are investigating cases of antisocial behaviour, when it comes to those point in time where those cases are looking to be closed, we would send out a customer satisfaction to everybody that's been involved in that case. And, you know, I think an acknowledgement, you know, we do see that in the antisocial behaviour team, that we can send out, you know, sometimes 70 satisfaction surveys, you know, a month. And actually the return sometimes can be quite low. So some of that return that comes in is low, but they are satisfied. And I think historically, you know, some residents, when they've gone through the process of reporting antisocial behaviour, once their case is resolved, and they're satisfied, they don't always come back to us to give us that feedback. So we do ask real specific questions around how we handled it, how was the outcome of that case. But, you know, I take your point. We absolutely acknowledge, and we, you know, we have struggled in the past with residents actually then coming back to us to say, give us those real experiences of how they've gone through that case, do you know what I mean, and how that was for them, really. And what I would say is those that do respond to us, we do take their feedback very seriously, and we will amend and look at our service how we do that going forward in order to respond to the feedback that we're being received. So it is really difficult.
Councillor Rimmer, did you want to come back on that point?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think it's, I take on board what you're saying, and that just makes me think we need to try and get the evidence from the residents in other ways, and whether that is actually some form of annual antisocial behaviour survey to see actually what's the perception of antisocial behaviour, what's the perception of how the council's actually dealing with antisocial behaviour, have people had experience of reporting it themselves, and what has their personal experience been. I think that might be a way around that particular problem if we're not getting the response rate. And I also wonder if we need to report if somebody, like we would with a complaint, if somebody's actually given any sort of noted dissatisfaction when they're in communication with us, whether that's something to be noted as well when we're looking at these figures, because I think you guys are doing a great job, but we need an accurate picture of where we're at so we can know the problem that we've set ourselves to fix. And I think as the policy, I think the policy needs to change, because those underpinning facts for me don't ring true.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. Leslie O'Shea.
Thank you, Chairman. I think what I would say is that, I mean, we've been monitoring satisfaction levels against the policy, as Tina says, for about 17 years now. We never get huge numbers of returns on those, and in other areas as well. In fact, if people are satisfied, they generally walk away, relieved that it's been sorted, but don't always return the satisfaction. What I would say, if they're dissatisfied, that's not the case. They do let us know, and so the dissatisfaction would be made known to us. And the numbers are fairly small, and for me, I mean, I herald this policy success, and when we have serious cases, we take them to court. You know, we've got very, very, very high success rate. So if there is specific issues, it'd be really useful to know what they are that you don't feel this policy addresses. A lot of cases, it comes down to evidence. You know, whether we can take things further or not comes down to evidence, and that's a difficult issue for us. And we look at a whole range of ways doing that, whether we can't do covert surveillance, but whether we do additional patrols or think about CCTV, etc. We do all of that, but it would just, rather than throw this whole policy out, for me, I'd be really interested to know which areas specifically. I would categorically say that the satisfaction statistics are right based upon fairly low levels, but if people don't want to come back to us with those satisfaction levels, it's quite difficult to force that issue. Whether we could perhaps think of doing something more digitally, so it's just a press of a button or something, maybe we could look at that to try and increase those levels. But
thank you, Leslie.
Yeah, sorry, that's just my view, but would be really interested to know.
Okay, then. Thank you, Leslie.
Cut out.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. That's really quite helpful. Thank you for the intervention, Councillor Rimmer. Councillor Golden.
Thank you, Chairman. I vaguely remember a number of years ago, Housing and Community Scrutiny Committee set up a task and finish group on the issue of antisocial behaviour. And one of the things that they did, it might not have been called that, or it might be in a different, what I can't remember. But I know one of the things that happened is we got a few residents around the table who had lived experience of dealing with antisocial behaviour challenges, and sort of us as a scrutiny committee, I think it was scrutiny, sat and listened to what they said and then tried to feed it into some of our processes and procedures. I think it's fair to say, and I'm sure all councillors will reflect this, when we get antisocial behaviour casework, it tends to be when residents are extremely dissatisfied with the council's response. I have to say, I haven't had a resident contact me and say, Councillor Gordon, we're really pleased with your ASB team, but that's understandable because that's people, as has been pointed out, they're not necessarily going to directly approach us when they've got the outcome they need. They're just going to be relieved that it's sorted. So I think from my perspective, the casework I have seen, it's been at the sort of more, people are very frustrated and very angry and very fed up with either the council's response or the legislation's. Sorry, Councillor Smith, am I keeping you up?
No, sorry. I'm
joking. With either the council's response and I think often the council's response is we're beholden to the legislation and we need evidence. And if we haven't got that, it's really difficult for us to act. So I think in terms of the policy, I think I'm happy with the policy, but I think taking Councillor Rimmer's point, I'm always open to feedback from our residents. And if there's anything we can do differently, or if there's any changes we can make, I think we need to get that feedback. So I would be very hesitant sort of throw out the policy and sort of not support it tonight, but I don't want to lose Councillor Rimmer's valuable feedback about, if there is anything we can do differently, let's look at that in more detail. And it might be worth as well digging up the report from that task and finish group and sort of circulating it. So, again, I don't know where it will be sitting.
I recall it.
It happened. It definitely happened. But it might be because then that gives us something to work with, sort of a foundation to build upon. So I don't know what other members feel, but yeah, I mean, people, if they're really dissatisfied, are they going to complete a survey? It's a difficult one.
Thank you, Councillor Golden. I apologise for that yawn.
Don't worry,
Councillor Henry's the better man than I, but we both had to suffer 9 Liberal Democrats at County Hall. Trust me, wisdom teeth have got nothing on them, especially when it's set in the budget. Sorry.
Well, you won't be going into coalition with them then.
Craig Rimmer, hell would have to have freeze over, have solar panels and wind turbines and Greta there before I'd even think about it. Councillor Yacoub, you have the floor. Oh, sorry, Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you. I would like to say I agree a lot with Councillor Gordon's point here, and I also kind of feel like we need to probably get more of a accurate feedback from residents, because even in my casework, there is a lot of frustration around antisocial behaviour. But for me, I would like to focus on the issue of buskers that we've had in terms of complaints from Brook House residents. This is an issue that has been going since, well, I'm sure it's been going on before I was elected, but since I've been elected, it's something that I get a lot of complaints about. And I am told consistently, you know, if they've got an amplifier, they're not allowed to be in the town centre and they moved on. But I just don't feel like it's enough given the feedback that I get from residents of Brook House. So I think, is there anything that we can do around like actually addressing this for the long term? So it's not just, you know, they've been moved along, but should a resident really have to call every single Sunday to get a duty warden to then come and get a busker with an amplifier to move on? Should that really be their responsibility? And I think if something has gone on for like over a year, I really feel like we need to look at a different solution to this. So is that something that we're looking at? Is that something that we can address?
Chairman, if I can pick that up, if that's okay. Obviously, the Basildon Town Centre have specific bylaws around busking and other antisocial behaviour related matters such as riding push bikes. We are absolutely looking at that at the moment as a part of a wider project around the town centre sort of public spaces protection orders. So that is definitely something we're considering as part of that project at the moment. We recognise the frustration certainly that residents in Brook House have had, in particular around the busking, and that's definitely what we want to include within any sort of action or any orders that we implement in the future.
Thank you, Carol.
Can
Sorry,
I just
Councillor
ask a quick question? How would the protection order stop a busker using an amplifier?
It's about it's okay having that. It's like any legislation, isn't it? It's okay having the legislation in place. It's about the enforcement arrangements and the resources to enforce, whether it's the police, whether it's other enforcement sort of arrangements or teams. So that's part of the project that we're looking, piece of the project that we're looking at the moment.
Well, while you're at that, Carol, before I go to Councillor Mackenzie, those electric scooters, I know the county won't stop in the town centre, but people have seen the spin trial scooters and they think, well, my black coloured privately owned scooter, I can go through. And then I have to do some speed. So you need to, you know, if you're around the town centre doing what Councillor Coops quite sensibly asked for, you need to start picking off these electric scooters because they drive like loonies.
And I know that's certainly been discussed at the daily Safer Basildon Hub briefing meetings this week and last week. So we've seen an increase certainly across the borough, not just necessarily in the town centre of those particular scooters.
Lovely, thank you. Councillor Mackenzie.
Just a question really. When someone reports antisocial behaviour, then you go back to them. I think you send them a form quite often to log incidents, don't you? Is there an online version of that where they can log incidents directly on a portal or on the website and they go directly to you rather than having to send paperwork back?
Yeah, so I can answer that, Carol, if you want. So currently, what we try and do, and especially through this current pandemic, obviously we've had to look at completely different ways how we're going to deliver our service going forward. So what we ask people to do, if it's easier to send that via email, just to shoot us a quick email off, they can do that. Or we will actually send them out those diary sheets, or they could give us a call and we will take those incidents down for them. We will obviously tailor our service to however that meets the needs of that person actually complaining. But obviously following COVID-19, it showed us that we also have to review how that is going forward. So we are currently looking at databases and developing systems so that obviously, we can be a lot more flexible in delivering our service going forward.
Yeah, because I think just being able to go onto a website and say log on and then just put it in a box and it just adds it to a case number. And also with email, one of the problems of email, especially in the digital age, people might take videos and lots of emails only have a 20 megabyte limit. I mean, you can with Gmail and Office upload it to the internet and then they download it. But again, not many people are technically skilled and may not have access to that facility. So definitely some sort of online reporting where they can log on and they can also track what's happening with their case and they can see real-time information, what officer it's with, what action's been taken. It'd be a very useful thing going forward.
Okay, so if I can come back to you on that, Councillor Mackenzie, and you raise a really very valid point, and I completely agree with you. We are looking at those systems going forward so that obviously it makes it a lot more easier, you know, so residents can just actually log into a portal, that sort of stuff. What I would say is when someone does report antisocial behaviour to the team, they are given the name of their dedicated officer, they are given a direct contact details, you know, be it email or telephone, so that they can always be in contact with that officer should they have any concerns or want to report anything. We do have an online reporting form that residents can use, but it currently doesn't link it to a case or would go into a portal currently. But that is something that we're considering, along with e-signature for people to give consent very easily. So there's a lot of reviews going on the way that we deliver our service going forward. You know, and I take your point exactly.
And maybe just a quick fix for the online reporting form. You could have add a option for attachments so they can upload videos and photos with it. I don't know if you already do that, but
our system that we currently use that we don't, but we are looking at systems to enable us to make that those recommendations, like you're saying, more possible for people to do that. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood? Oh, I thought you had indicated to speak. Councillor Blake, is your hand up from the previous time?
No, I wish to speak now. Thank you.
Please, you have the floor.
Yeah, just a quickie. First of all, Carol, I have to say, is one of the best officers that I know in the council, to be honest with us. She's always, and unfortunately for her, she does such a good job, I then always go back to her. So that's her fault for being so successful. And that's true. However, always a however, isn't there? I think some of the issues, I understand the survey. I do agree, and I'm not disputing the results of the survey, but it's how they're gathered is what I'm possibly disputing. I think you possibly do need, I know Councillor Gordon said that a few years ago we went over this, but society has changed so much in the last 2 years. You know, antisocial behaviour itself, the definition of antisocial behaviour, where you actually swear at someone now, that can be classed as antisocial behaviour, and that's not what it initially was going way back. So the definition of antisocial behaviour has changed in that sense, and I think from where members will be coming from, this is why I say I don't disagree with your results. So I must stress that. If we went down to Basildon Town Centre or Pitsea Town Centre tomorrow and asked everybody what they thought of, do they think antisocial behaviour is good? I think we know the answer to that would probably be 98% would say it's not. Because that's just the way, the perception, if not always the truth, it can also be the perception. So, and I'm going to be absolutely honest, bloody Facebook, Twitter and everything else do not help matters at all, because the exaggerations that go on there, you know, someone gets a break-in of £500 stolen, it suddenly becomes 5 houses done and £50,000 stolen. So it's not always what you read and see. So I think it's how it's reported. So I actually do think, I'm assuming Craig is going to move something about having a working group to do it, because I actually think that will get to the crux of what's happening now, and I think that's the issue. So I'm not going to dispute your findings at all. I don't doubt them to be correct, but I do question the way that comes about, if that makes sense. As for the busking, if that busker can play Freebird by Leonard Skinner, then you can send them round to me anytime you like. So, but other than that, thanks for that, Chairman. But Luke lost me when he mentioned about Gigabyte or something like that. But then, because I'm old school, but I was pleased to see that the Director of Housing probably said that that's being looked into in the new way, which has got to be good. But I do think we do need to relook at this antisocial behaviour and get all our heads together with outside bodies, with the police, with the tenants, with everybody that's, you know, got issues with it. Because it is major, and I don't think it's the true reflection of what is being said out there on the streets. You know, we all hear it. Law and order is one of the biggest issues. Well, that's only, and the other issue, I think, just to be, I know I'm going on. It's unusual for me to talk this long. We got the issue is, are people being scared to report? And I think that's one of the biggest issues. I think government legislation of all colours over the past God knows how many years has failed the local residents, where basically at the end of the day, they have got a very strong possibility of having to go to court to get the person moved out of the property. And I remember going back many, many years ago when I was representing Pixie South, and I knocked on the resident's door and said the same. I said, do you know if you go down any further than this, you could end up having to go to court? Do you want to go down? And they are, oh no, I don't want to do that. So people are scared. And you also get the issue, very last point, you might get one or two that will report it, but when other people have got the same issue with those residents, if you like, the troubled ones, see what's happening to those people's properties because they're reporting it, you then get them being scared to report the crime. Does that make sense? I hope I've made that sort of clear. So you've got big issues there as well. I will shut up now.
Kevin, you can't shut up because I'm going to ask you a question.
Go on then.
Sarah, is your magic pen full of ink? Lovely.
I think I was trying to propose the amendment earlier. And
Hold
you're
on,
asking
Councillor
that
Rimmer,
question.
Councillor Rimmer. It's like the film Waterloo. Wait for it. Wait to see the colour of their eyes and then fire. I'll give you the word.
I think that was Zulu, wasn't it? I'm getting confused, but there we go.
The old muskets, you have to have their markers out. Right, Sarah. Now, Kevin, what would you call that name of that working group so we don't get that wrong?
Oh my God!
You wish you had shut up, hadn't you?
I had shut up. So I mean, I don't. To be honest with you, I don't give a monkeys about names. I just want the end result to be the right people around the table to achieve the right thing. I'm really not worried. I'm not really not pushing that, honestly.
Leslie, what's your thoughts?
So I was just going to see, I'm not on mute on my note, speak to Tina, because we did have a group, like a tenancy management group, who I know haven't met through the pandemic, but about bringing some of those people together to review it. I think Councillor Blake, well, everybody's points really about the fact it's not just the council responsible for dealing with ASB, and that whole broader perception thing from residents. It's really difficult. It might be about rubbish, so it might not necessarily be these guys responsible for it. It might be a police matter. So I think whatever we do, if we had, perhaps we could do a task and finish or something, a one-off, gather that stuff together, unpick that a bit, and then determine what we need to do next, really. I think for me, I'm hearing that you're saying it's not right. There's other stuff that we could do, but I'm not quite sure what that is.
Well, I think there needs to be that conversation, as Councillor Blake had mentioned, because there's so many things. I mean, you talk about public space protection orders. I think about what Avering Council's done. I think it's brilliant. You start parking outside the school gates, wallop, you're getting done for public space protection order. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Not every school, but there's certain schools like the one in Lee Chapel. It's carnage.
Yeah.
So there's all these points of antisocial behaviour. As Councillor Blake said, it can go from swearing to being an idiot parked on a school crossing. And, look, the South Essex Parking Partnership are tied by certain rules that they can't work around, but we could do what Avering Council's done. Look at public space protection orders. Now, I'm going to make a rod from my own back and say I thought under the committee system, you don't do task and finish. I thought it was working group. What is the exact?
Well, working group. Sorry, yeah, terminology. Yeah, a working group. Just to really get underneath a little bit and understand what the issues we're trying to address are, because there's the policy, and then there's the resource and the culture and the enforcement opportunities against that policy. And if we want to throw a lot of resource at this, we might get different results. And it's the same with the police, really. They cannot respond to every single call that they get about ASB. I know they do their very best, but there's a little bit of understanding of that as well, really.
Okay, so let's think of a name for the working group. The review of antisocial behaviour within the borough.
Yeah.
Is that a reasonable name?
Yeah, I think so.
Because my thoughts, and we've spoken about this many times before with Councillor Henry, that when Purdah starts this year on the 19th of March, it's good for the officers. You only hear from us like Mrs. Brown wants a garden cut I need a vote for Mrs. Brown. But from the 19th of March until annual council, you don't hear from us. It's a bit like the 6 weeks holidays for teachers. So the politicians are out like the kids, out playing, putting leaflets through doors and doing whatever, and the officers can get on with serious work. So I think it would not hurt to establish the working group tonight. Then obviously when PERDA start working on the terms of reference. So then for annual council, a name can be allocated to chair that working group. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah, I think probably the working group, if it's established by this committee, it will probably be these committee members or other committee members. It's probably for you maybe to make this decision rather than council.
Well, let's agree on creating the working group tonight, and then we can talk about membership in a moment, okay? So I propose that goes forward. So let's keep this cross-party. Which one of the Tories wants to second it? Right, it's seconded by Councillor Rimmer. So that's cross-party. Or as the Yanks say, it's bipartisan. So I'm going to call each member out to vote. Councillor, so if you can all unmute yourself, please. Councillor Gordon, how will you be voting on the establishment of this new working group?
Yeah, so just to confirm, Chairman, this is to vote to amend the recommendation in addition to put in a working group. Is that just to be clear?
Yes.
Yeah, it's an additional
Yeah,
motion.
no,
It's not
I support that.
an additional motion.
Right, let's see how good my alphabet is at 12 10 at night. Councillor Henry.
For.
Councillor Mackenzie.
In favour.
Councillor Rimmer.
For.
Councillor Yacoub.
In favour.
And I'm in favour too. So Sarah, do we have to agree when we go to vote on the recommendation, the membership of the group now?
No, I mean you could
Well, the March meeting's going to be quite busy, so while we're here, we might as well just get it done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean if you want to, that would be helpful. Yeah.
Is that helpful?
If it's going to
What
be a
should we-
working group of this committee, it's best to have members from this committee, I would have said. Yeah, particularly if members are interested.
Well, I think probably going for an 8-member committee because there's other groups. I mean, Councillor Blake would be an asset to this group, where he's experienced. So if we kept it 6,
Chairman, may I make a suggestion? Sorry to
please,
interrupt.
please.
Just, I'm wondering whether we just agree that each group leader will nominate a representative, and then each group can discuss it, and that means that we've not missed anyone out. Then, surely.
Okay, if we do that, and the membership is 8 people, then that way it's broad 10.
Presuming everyone's happy with that, that seems logical. I just don't want to exclude any member who's not here from being able to participate.
It would be good to have some resident participation if that's possible.
Yeah.
That's my only condition.
That's fine. Should I put that in before we seconded it?
Well, presumably once the working group gets together, they can decide who they want to be involved as well, and can invite residents or whatever.
And while we're here, would it be wise to appoint the chair of the working group?
Could do. It's up to you, really.
Councillor Blake's going to kill me. Can I nominate you as chair for your knowledge on this field? Is that a yes?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Thank you. Very nice of you. Yeah.
Lovely. Well, I can't think of a better member on this subject.
Thank you.
Do we have a second? It would be nice to keep it bipartisan. We have Councillor Rimmer. Lovely. So that keeps it fair. So it's an 8-member working group. Councillor Clevin Blake will chair it. Who would like to be the vice chair?
I don't think we need vice chairs for working groups.
No.
You know what? It's even better. So Sarah, Councillor Blake. Oh, we'll just take the vote on Councillor Blake's appointment. Councillor Gordon, how will you be voting as Councillor Blake to chair this working group?
Presuming Councillor Blake's sitting down, I'll vote to support that.
Lovely stuff. Councillor Henry.
For.
Councillor Mackenzie.
In favour.
Councillor Rimmer.
Regrettably, because he's a Man United fan, in favour.
Oh, as long as it's football. Councillor Yacoub.
In favour.
And I should be voting in favour. So that's crystal clear, Sarah. So when you do your proportionality calculation, Councillor Blake chairs it. There'll be 7 other members to be put on the working group. It's not. I mean, this is bipartisan stuff, really, isn't it? So people aren't going to be at each other's throats, are they? Brilliant. Thank you. So that part's agreed. Mr. Wood, and then I'm going to go. Oh, yeah, Mr. Wood.
Yeah, you were saying about tenant participation in this working group. There's only 2 of us here at the moment, so I think it'd be prudent for perhaps Carol to see if any residents are willing to join those that perhaps got a bit more experience in these matters. If Carol's happy, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, by all means, Mr. Wood, but I mean, you've got Councillor Blake who's going to chair the working group. It will be down to him to talk to the officers. You've raised the point, and Kevin's pretty down the line with everyone. So, Councillor Blake, you've got that in blood. Now, I was rather rude earlier. Mrs. French, a little while ago, you did gesture to speak. It was rude of me not to pick up on you.
It was, wasn't it? I'll let you off though. It's about the antisocial behaviour. Where they were saying about getting reports and everything. I know for a fact that there's a lot of reports that are going in, and they're not getting the answers that they want, or not getting spoken to, or they've been told they've got to wait 14 days before they get a reply. So that doesn't seem sort of right.
Officers?
I can't comment on that. I mean, I can't comment. Sorry, Tina, you'll have to pick on that because it's. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you can provide me with the details of those residents that have had that experience, because what I would say, and what the antisocial behaviour team are very, very good at, is that dependent on the level of antisocial behaviour that they are reporting. So if, for example, they are reporting a risk of significant harm or a hate crime or domestic abuse, we treat that as a high priority, as a level 1, and our contact to that complainant is within 24 hours. And if it is low level antisocial behaviour, then the service standard we have is that we have to contact them within 4 working days, which obviously we do monitor those cases and those service standards to, you know, to look at that we're actually achieving that. So as a manager, I'm not aware that we have those issues, and obviously I would be interested to know and to talk to those residents directly if that's what their experience has been. But like I say, I'm not aware of that, and I would be really interested to know.
Right. Well, this is going on in here where I live. So I think you know where I live.
Right.
And you've had residents complain about a person. This has been going on for about 5-6 years now, of antisocial behaviour, drug use, people banging on their doors all hours of the day and night. They've had police round. They've had quite a lot of actions going on, and they've reported it all the time to Sarah Dawson.
Yep.
But they're not seeming to get no answer on what's happening, what's going to happen, or whatever. So, you know, like they sort of don't know what way to turn. I mean, one of the residents has got so fed up, he said he was going to take it to the papers and the councillors and wanted to speak to legal team, but nobody's come back on anything to that. So, you know, like, it's been going on a long time, and the satisfaction now, and they're asking them if they will go to court. Well, obviously they don't want to go to court because, you know, of implications that they will get.
Yep.
And the hassle that they're getting is just unfair. It's not fair that they're having to put up with it in this block. Not my block where I am, but it's in the block in the same place.
I'll tell you what, Mrs. French, don't say them all because you might identify someone.
That's why I haven't said where I live.
You can say next door to Councillor Rimmer.
Yeah, next door.
50-50.
That'd be fine, wouldn't it?
Said it in jest, but Tina, can you please pick up Mrs. French, contact Mrs. French after the meeting, just so you can get to the crux of us and see what we can do. But unfortunately, if courts can't work on hearsay, they need someone to come forward, the old habeas corpus. You've got to have the body, namely the person of complaint, to come forward.
Yeah, but they're writing in, putting all the reports in.
Okay, well, please don't speak any more about this actual case online, because this is going on YouTube and I want to keep everyone safe.
Yeah.
So if you speak to Tina, Tina will do everything she can to help.
Yeah.
Okay, but we've just got to keep everyone safe. Mr. Wood, you are noted your hand, but I do have other speakers. Leslie O'Shea, your hand's up. And Councillor Rimmer, then Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just going to say, I think they are exactly the sort of people that we would want to talk to on the working group. If they've had such a bad experience, we'd want to learn from that. So they're the sort of people we should be pulling into that group. And I was just going to make a point, which might be a little bit premature because I might have lost the plot slightly on the policy, but I don't know, in terms of the policy tonight, the old one has expired. There's two choices. We can, members may choose to approve the policy subject to any further amendments. So if whatever comes out of the working group, we'll make those amendments to the policy in due course and bring it back again. But at least we would have a working policy from now until whenever that piece of work is done. So if members are minded to do that, otherwise the old policy is expired and we wouldn't really have a relevant policy. So it's not that we can't change it, we can, in 3 or 6 months' time, but it'd be helpful to have a policy approved. So thank you.
Fantastic. Councillor Rimmer, you have the floor.
No, thank you. That's good to hear that the policy could be amended based on what comes out of the working group. In terms of antisocial behaviour, I think the question was raised by Leslie, what have I been seeing? And, when my experience, when I was campaigning in May 2019, when we were allowed to knock on all those doors, in the good old days, people were telling me all sorts. There was a old gentleman who, had lost half of his wall because people been stealing his bricks from his wall. There was another person who lost their garden shed to a bonfire that took place in the park. So, and when you were asking them, like Councillor Blake said, about, going forward and reporting this, they were extremely reluctant to do so because of what the consequences would be for them personally. And also there's an element of going to court that, frightens people anyway, regardless of the consequences. It's a step that a lot of people don't like to take. And I just think we have to, I don't know who we work with on this, but it maybe this will come out of the working group, but how do we tackle a culture of intimidation that happens in certain communities that actually results in this antisocial behaviour going unreported and lots of lives in misery? There is a two-pronged, there's an element to it as well. I mean, Councillor Yukub made in the chat that sometimes there's antisocial behaviour which isn't really antisocial behaviour, it's just children being children, and that's a fair comment. But also there are some children who have been brought up badly and are actually terrorising their communities. How do we rescue those children as well and actually ensure they get a restart in many ways? Actually, there is that element and that duty of care element the council clearly has as well. But we need to accept that the antisocial behaviour is coming from all sorts of areas. I think lockdown has made it worse in some ways because I think some people are playing music out loud at the wrong times of the day and all sorts of behaviour that's going on. And where people can't go out, they don't have that release to actually be able to say, at least I'm not having to be next to my neighbours 24 hours a day. Yeah, actually you do. They're being inconsiderate. That is the most polite way to actually put it.
Thank you, Councillor. I mean, that's worth being picked up by the working group. But what I will say, we mentioned earlier tonight about the Langdon Hills Estate Residents Association, and the officers here tonight will testify. I mean, it's not so long ago, there was quite an horrific act of antisocial behaviour that led to physical violence from one of the neighbours and the police involvement. And where you said earlier, and what you said was absolutely right about people feeling intimidated if they go to the police. The residents of that estate knew the first port of call was obviously the police, tagged myself as one of the local councillors, and then they got straight onto the Residents Association. And I think that's something, it's not been easy in various parts of the borough to get a Residents Association started, but I think that's what's required. I mean, the estate where you live and you represent, Councillor Rimmer, that would be a beautiful place to have a Residents Association, but it's getting people to come forward and take that work on. That's really hard, and I think that's also an important part. Obviously, having good neighbourhood watch groups. I think when people come forward, if they feel there's someone in their street who've got their back, I think they feel genuinely more comfortable coming forward.
Definitely.
And that's an issue whoever's run this council has tried to battle against, to get more residents associations started, neighbourhood watch groups, to get these things going. Because, if people know there's someone in their street watching their back, they will come forward. So my last speaker is Mr. Wood, unless Councillor Yacoub came back because you put something in chat. So I don't know if you wanted to come back, Councillor Yacoub. Great. Mr. Wood, and then we'll wrap this point up, please.
Thank you. Just 2 quick points. I think obviously there's going to be a working group to look at more detail at this. I think you have to bear in mind it has to be broad and general in a sense, because there are so many scenarios that you can't cover everything. Is the first point. And the second point is we also have to bear in mind that although the council may say this is low level, that's high level, this is that level, if you're a victim of whatever you class as antisocial behaviour, that's high level to you. So I think communication at the first outset is key. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Rest assured from me, Councillor Blake will pick up on those points. Councillor Blake, as the sort of chairman pre-elect, would you like to pick up on any of the comments made by Mr. Wood?
I think everything's valid. I think when we had the group, I think just basically everything's going to be on the table, not rule everything out. And I think that's going to be the important issue. We need to basically, I think everybody around that table will be coming from the same point. We know the council are doing everything we can at the moment. We know the police are doing everything they can. And we can maybe the idea you mentioned earlier, doing a couple of quick wins of targeting outside schools. To pick up with people like that, because that's antisocial behaviour. The parking happened. You can get quick wins like that, and it looks good if people see action. And I think one of the first things we need to do in the working group will be to see a very quick win result. And I think that's going to be something that we should certainly look at initially as a first place of call. So. I don't know if Mr. Woods agrees with that. If he's happy with that, well, yeah, that's what I like to hear. That's a good start.
Brilliant. Right, well, I shall go to the recommendation on page 67 and the amendments we've added to that recommendation to create the working group, and for it to be 8 members and chaired by Councillor Blake. And that Sarah will go to the group leaders after she's done the calculation with Mr. Birkinshaw. So it's politically proportionate. Right. If all members please unmute, I'll call you out to vote on both recommendations. Councillor Golden.
Yeah, I'll support both.
Thank you. Councillor Henry.
For.
Lovely. Councillor Mackenzie.
In favour.
Councillor Rimmer.
In favour.
Councillor Yacoub.
In favour.
And I shall be voting in favour. Nearly there, members, nearly there. Nearly there. Rent arrears prevention and recovery policy, pages 87. Go on, Carol, you have the floor, please.
I'll be very quick. Thank you, Chairman. This is an important one. Again, rent arrears policies due for renewal. I think when this policy was approved back in November 2017, there was a significant shift in the way the service was delivered, and the focus was more around supporting residents that were finding themselves in financial difficulty, to help them to reduce the rent arrears and any other financial debts that they found themselves in. And that has shown significant success up until March, with our lowest point being on the 9th of March 2020, prior to the pandemic, and the team had reduced the rent arrears to just over £1.75 million. Unfortunately, the pandemic global pandemic was put upon us, and the arrears unfortunately have increased now, just over another additional £600,000 we're forecasting an increase in this year alone, which is a real shame. But the team have focused on providing support to the residents and giving the advice wherever they can. Obviously, the Coronavirus Act came into force on the 23rd of March, which did not enable any landlord to evict anybody for rent arrears unless there were certain criteria. That announcement was due to be relaxed on the 21st of February and has now been extended to the 31st of March. So no landlord can take any eviction or legal action to evict currently. So we are still working and supporting with residents. The other point that I wanted just to pick up very briefly was that in July 2020, the council made an announcement about an amnesty on evicting tenants in Basildon council-owned social housing who are suffering financial hardship directly affected from the COVID-19 pandemic, and that would expire on the 31st of March 2021. One of the recommendations is that we extend that amnesty, if committee approve that, to the 30th of September 2021. I think on that note, I will end it there. Sorry, it's very short.
Thank you, Carol. That seems very reasonable. I mean, the government is now talking about Midsummer Day will become the Midsummer Rave, and hopefully no more lockdowns. And it gives people the chance to get back into work and start to repay their rent arrears. Councillor Rimmer.
There was a question of clarification actually on this. I thought the definition of the rent arrears had changed slightly in terms of what could be taken into account and what couldn't, in terms of eviction from the government.
Yes, you are correct. The current Coronavirus Act, there's different requirements. If there's certain sort of criteria where we could pursue action if there's a certain level of debt that they haven't paid over a period of months. But the difficulty is that there is such a backlog in the courts that even if we did pursue any legal action for a possession order, the court hearings at the moment that we're getting for cases in other areas of work, not rent arrears, is November at the earliest. So yes, there's a pressure all round really. We can apply as long as it meets that certain criteria, but unfortunately it's waiting for the court hearing dates, which are 6 months plus.
Thank you.
Tina.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, part of the Coronavirus Act, what that saw is amendment to the notice periods that we have to give those that are in rent arrears. So where that used to be 4 weeks, that has now been extended to 6 months. And the certain exemptions for eviction would be around trespass, perpetrator of domestic abuse, and the most serious cases of antisocial behaviour. So there is some real exemptions around those evictions anyway going forward. But I just wanted to clarify the notice period as well in respect of those cases and the Act.
Thank you, Tina. Appreciate that. I'm going to have to pick on Councillor Mackenzie because he made an interesting point some months ago, the Echo printed, because there is a backlog with the Magistrates Court. I think it was something along about using the St George's Suite. What was that I saw in the Echo? It was just sort of like a Nightingale Court. You muted? Sorry.
This is before the Nightingale courts had been implemented. But I suggested we could either offer the council chamber or the Towngate Theatre as a venue to expand the capacity of the courts, because we've got the magistrates' courts and the Crown Court across the road. So logistically, it makes sense to have them in close proximity, and we've got that secure entrance through the back. I know there's in talks of the Ministry of Justice, but I don't think it went any further than that. What Logan was dealing with it.
Leslie, as you're the most senior officer here, what's your thoughts on it? Because there will be a terrible backlog, and I think there are some people who may, not be the best of people with money, but they can afford their rent and thinking, do you know what? I'm going to buy this new phone or I'm going to buy this new gadget. Council can't evict me for months. But if people say we're able to go through that process of evicting tenants who have been breaching the rules, not playing by the rules, they might think, do you know what? I don't need that new flashy smartphone. I'll pay my rent. Leslie?
Sorry, the amnesty is only for people who they can evidence that their debt issue is directly as a result of the pandemic, losing their job, their income, whatever. If they had arrears before and they've made no effort to pay those off and they continue in the same way, then clearly we would want to be taking action. And we've had lots of conversations with the chief exec of CAB, who has said that, she does not agree with extending that for all tenants, because people will bury their head in the sand, and it just makes the problem even worse. So that's really what this policy is all about, is that early intervention, trying to encourage people to come forward and talk to us clearly. And we only do a very, very, very small number of evictions, which again is testament to the success of the policy. So the team have reduced the arrears hugely, and yet they haven't done evictions to do that, which means people are actually paying their rent. So I wouldn't necessarily say that. Sorry, to go back to the point that Councillor Mackenzie had raised, I know that we've been approached by the courts and a number of other organisations, DWP for example, and about looking at leasing some of our space. And I know that some of these organisations had very, very specific requirements about the accommodation and the asset, and I'm guessing that perhaps what we had didn't meet their very strict requirements from an asset. I don't know that for a fact, and I can go and find out definitely that's the case. I'll speak to the officer tomorrow who's been having those negotiations, but sometimes things that seem a nice fit actually for the organisation themselves, it's not. But I'll definitely find that out for you.
Thank you, Leslie, because I just saw that and I thought that's a fair point. If you can hold a council meeting there, well, it's like County Hall, they do coroner's court cases there.
Yeah.
Why not the St George's Suite?
No, exactly.
As long as no one orders muffins and sends up for a week, you're fine.
Yeah, if it was a good fit, there's nothing not to like about it. We're bringing income into the council, but there's obviously been a reason why it hasn't come to fruition, and I'll find out what that is for you. Well,
if it was the good old days of judiciary, the black cap and the muffins ordered, and you knew the outcome of the court case before the jury did. Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. This policy was previously presented to us as tenants in a different medium, and one of the questions I asked was regarding people on the Universal Credit Portal. And I asked the question, if someone is self-isolating and have no PC facilities, what's been done about helping those people? Because obviously they're going to get penalised if they don't report any changes. This is around people being furloughed or when the rent increase comes in later on. And I wondered if anything had progressed on that question.
Leslie?
I'm really sorry you cut out. I'm so sorry. Could you say
Leslie, what Mr. Wood was asking,
for
people with the IT facilities and they've had changes in circumstances, like they've had less hours, more hours, and they need to inform the powers that be, and it affects their housing benefit.
Yeah. How do they do it? Tina's probably better. Can you pick that up, Tina? Can you answer that?
Yeah, I can. I mean, I think Zana was looking into that point for you, wasn't she, Stephen, as well? So if anyone has any issues with change of circumstances or accident, then obviously we do have officers available that will obviously assist those residents as much as they possibly can. so they will contact them by phone, or they will obviously try and help them to do that for them, or to liaise with those departments that need be to make those changes. So we also have a welfare benefits officer as well, and he's been an absolute asset for us in that team around maximising people's incomes. So we obviously utilise him as well, and he's a brilliant resource to have. So we will pawn on anything that he can do to assist as well with those residents.
But does that help them put in a change of circumstances on the DWP portal? Have they got the facility to do that for people?
I believe the welfare benefits officer does have that facility, but I will come back to, I'll double check on that for you, Stephen, but I'm sure he does. I know my officers for the UC portal, what we have been doing, especially around COVID, when those residents have had changing circumstances where they've been furloughed, we have to go on and kind of agree and authorise the amount of rent that's due. And my officers was doing that immediately, so that there was no delay with any universal credit claims going through. And that was a huge success. So our officers do actually access that portal as well. So, but I will seek clarification for you from Anna. I know that she was absolutely looking at that for you, and I will come back to you, Stephen.
Yeah,
Lovely, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right, I have no other speakers, so the two recommendations I shall take together on pages 87 and 88. If everyone can unmute themselves. Councillor Gordon, how will you be voting, please?
Vote in favour.
Councillor Henry?
For.
Councillor Mackenzie?
In favour.
Councillor Rimmer?
In favour.
Councillor Yacoub?
In favour.
And I shall be voting in favour. And the last item is the work programme. So, one moment, Councillor Rimmer. I've got a question for Sarah, because I sent an email around to all members of the committee. There was 2 items that you thought about bringing to us, and we was looking at doing 2 separate meetings so members could discuss it in depth. But obviously the government's now brought forward the legislation to hold the elections, and PERDA starts on the 19th of March, and it was also raised that Rachel Glover is still working on dealing with the after effects of COVID and other issues. So could we just have an update on that point, and then I'll bring in Councillor Rimmer.
Yeah, we've yes, Chairman, we've knocked 2 of the items back to probably the first meeting after annual council, which fits in with officers and the reports anyway, if that's okay. So we've got less items coming on the 16th of March, but we are actually have got a request for an additional item, which is an update on the West Ham United Foundation, which is going to just provide some details on what the work's been done with the foundation to support local children, young people and families through various community engagement programmes. That will be a report from Grant.
Brilliant. Right, Councillor Rimmer.
Yeah, no, thank you. I've had something brought to my attention which concerns me, because obviously as a committee we've made decisions, we've voted on things, and we have a committee system. Now, I know some people are not fond of the committee system, but ultimately it's the Basildon side-by-side project, which we all approved of in this committee. We were all aware of the composition of it, but I'm led to understand, almost a presidential style of government, that funding has been withdrawn and that this hasn't actually come back to this committee. And I would like to see some sort of report on that to assuage my fears that this is the case, and that we can hold anybody who's actually withdrawn funding to account, because that is not what this committee decided.
Councillor Rimmer, thank you for that. Now, I know we're weeks away from elections, and it's a very thin sheet of glass when we start talking and we get very close to the subject of politics, and it's easy to go through the glass ice, so I'm not going to do that. But I've seen screenshots and pages. I just wanted to double check, because you can do fake screenshots. And you said something positive you've done in your ward, Councillor Rimmer, which everyone should be doing. And they liked it on social media, Basildon side by side. And it was not yourself as a councillor for Pitsea South East, from memory. It was as the Conservative Party in Pitsea South East. No, there's nothing wrong with that. But when it's a taxpayer-funded organisation, when it's getting support from a taxpayer-funded organisation, only Basildon Council, we have to be careful because we might get Widdicombe. So it's not been withdrawn; it's been put on hold. Now, if they want to Basildon side by side, want to keep themselves entirely across the political spectrum, then they get to support the council. But when they're getting very openly one particular party, I was unable to attend their first meeting because I had issues to attend to with my mother. But a number of people contacted me and they thought they was logged into a Conservative Party campaign event, which is really tragic because Basildon side by side has got to cross all boundaries. And I don't say that as a criticism. They're a new group. It may not have been explained to them that they can't be partisan, but that's as far as I understand. But at the end of the day, if I set up a group, if I was a member of a political party and I set up a group and it was getting officer support from the council would be right to pull that support until that issue's been resolved. Hope I've made that point cleared. We want to support Basildon side. One second. We want to support Basildon side by side, but Basildon side by side has got to work with the rules. We can't use taxpayer-supported staff to aid an organisation that's being overtly one political party. Councillor Rimmer, you want to come back?
Yeah, I think, to be fair, I mean, I was at the meeting and I don't think that's a fair representation of the meeting because there were Labour councillors from outside the borough who came to speak. There was also the leader of the council and the mayor speaking as well. And one thing that was commented on by Sandra Kerr, who's done a lot of great work in terms of the Race at Work Charter, was Basildon was unique in doing something interesting by actually having that cross-party support and speaking with one voice on this. And that was something that came out of that. Maybe, I don't know if somebody's liked my post or not. I don't know if that reflects politics or not. That could have been just fat thumbs. That can happen, can't it? That's one of these things that we're finding with COVID. We accidentally like things or unlike things all the time. So that could have been just an accident. But my understanding is that well before I posted about potholes being fixed, that a letter went out saying that funding was going to be withdrawn. Whether you agree or not with the decision, and I think that this is something that this committee should actually have discussed. Otherwise, we are in danger of actually losing our committee system without even having a referendum on the subject.
Don't say that word. I think we've done enough referendums. Don't.
Fair enough. But
the point is, Councillor Rimmer, if it has been seen that they're being political, and I hate to use that terminology because they're a good group, and I don't think they
have been.
Councillor Rimmer, I politely listened to you, and you've made your point. I think they're an inexperienced group. They're doing a lot of good, but they're inexperienced. And when I saw it on the leader's Twitter account, a screenshot, I actually checked that out on social media myself. So that's the danger. It looks like it's supporting a political party. And if it's getting officer support, which is taxpayer funded, it can't be political. That's the issue. So once Basildon side by side's had that discussion with the council and we've cleared that error up, fine. But we're governed in a few weeks' time from the rules of PERDA and presently the rules around what they would call Widdicombe. So thank you for raising that point. You've done the right thing. You've brought me to the corrected committee and you've raised that point. We've had that discussion. And if you can feed that back to them, great. Councillor Blake is very insistent he speaks, and I know Councillor Henry wishes to speak. So
I am on this, yeah. I mean, I totally agree with the sense that I'm not going to bring politics into it, but I think it's a matter of consistency. I mean, I'm an old git here, so I'm going back too many years. But there was a Labour candidate year in, year out, stood in Wickford, and yet, stood in Billericay, and yet they ran the resource centre, I call it a triangle. And you know exactly what I'm talking about, Kerry, probably. So I think I wouldn't argue with your point that you've made. It should be but it's about consistency. You can't have one. I'll just give you a classic example which you can't argue with. In fact, as we know, they used to print the Labour leaflets from over there as well. Yeah, Councillor Gordon. Councillor Gordon may be young, but he actually knows exactly what I'm talking about and know what I'm talking about. So I think it's about consistency, and I think that's the issue there. You can't have one rule for one rule for another, and that's a person who's actually now apolitical. So I mean, that's just raising that issue.
I absolutely agree with everything you said, Kevin Blake. I wasn't a member of the council at the time, and if I caught them photocopying, that would be it, straight down to the chief executive and saying, right, I want to see that on the election expense returns. But what happens now happens now. It's so regrettable. Maybe we need to be better placed to help support these groups when they get started. Maybe that's a lesson we can learn as a council, you know, some basic do's and don'ts, because we assume, and sometimes assumptions lead to nowhere. But thank you for bringing it up. That gets the point of fairness across. Councillor Henry, sorry to keep you waiting, but Councillor Blake was very insistent on speaking.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to bring up that point again and talk about this. You and I have served on this committee on either side of the table for the last 3 years. The people that we serve and the people that we help and the things that we agree, you, yourself and Councillor Gordon, haven't changed. It's just we've been in different seating arrangements. And there is no point in us bringing things to committee to try and help people. Communities is an area where you try and help people. If those things are undone outside of that committee. And I didn't attend the meeting, but it cannot possibly be helped who attends a meeting. It cannot possibly be helped what political party attends a meeting to support people. We can't have it both ways. You can't say that the Conservatives are too pale, male and stale one day of the week and then say, you know, that we've got far too heavy a Tory presence at a you know, an ethnic minority workshop or working group. Who goes to it? Who goes to support it? The more, I will say on record, the more Tories I can get in a room supporting inclusion and diversity, the happier I will be, because it'll be a better party for it, and the policies will be helped by the fact that more people who you would not necessarily expect to be in the room will be in the room. I'm disappointed that this is. I'm disappointed that it's happened in this way. I really am. I'm disappointed because, you know, ethnic minorities have a hard enough time without adding new prejudices to the mix as well. So that would be my only comment.
Thank you, Councillor Emery. Well, statistically speaking, there are more elected Conservatives than any group about. You've got 3 MPs, so there's no problem with the meeting being packed full of Conservatives. That's not the issue. The complaint I've had, it was, I'm not going to say it because it's just going to embarrass the group. They're not here to defend themselves. But there needs to be a conversation between the council officers and this group. We'll sort out the error and we can give them the support they need. And whenever any organisation we work with, like Councillor Blake mentioned about the magical photocopier coming to life a week before poll, that should never have happened. Never, ever, ever happened. So we either start looking back or we be consistent. I have another speaker, Councillor Gordon.
Sorry, Chairman, I just have to make sure the record is accurate, that nothing unlawful occurred with the Labour Party's, or has ever occurred, the Labour Party's election expenses. I just don't think, I know, you know, it's sort of said in jest, but I think it's important that we don't bring in irrelevant issues here when we're talking about something quite serious. And I just have to put on record that the Community Resource Centre do a fantastic job at supporting our residents, and they're not an arm of the Labour Party.
Brilliant. And let's just be fair, there's no present members of the council who the allegation of the photocopier could be pinned against. Yeah, so
I think you have to
absolutely.
I just think you have to be very clear as well. This is something that's irrelevant to what we're discussing, and as I said, I don't think it's, you know, there's serious points to be raised. This is just a bit of a red herring. really.
But we've got the committee system. Members are perfectly entitled to ask the question, and obviously,
Oh yes, no, Chair, no, absolutely. I'm not disputing that, Chairman. I just think in terms of, saying that one of our community organisations, in terms of the Community Resource Centre, was acting unlawfully, I think, that's not particularly fair on that organisation. We're not here to defend themselves.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer, I couldn't quite make sense of the message you sent on chat. Did Councillor Dadge try and contact you?
No, I was just asking if Councillor Gordon had just heard from one of the Labour lawyers on that point, because he'd got off camera and then he came back with quite a legalistic answer. But it was in jest, and I'm sure he came of that opinion of his own volition.
100%, Councillor Rimmer, 100%.
Like spring and the run up to May the 6th, the ice sheet gets thinner and thinner, so we have to be very careful how we skate across from the realms of council business to how people should put their cross in the box. There is one item I'd like to add onto the work programme, Sarah. Now the government has published what we hope will be the final lockdown out of all lockdowns, and it would appear to, I think it's the 1st of July, there will be no lockdowns. And obviously, we're going to be concerned about crime going through the roof. Together for Safer Communities. I think we need a discussion in March so that as we start getting out of lockdown, we're ready to hit the road. Because when we've left it a bit too late in the year, the walls that would benefit the most from Together for Safer Communities, walls like Friends, etc., and maybe occasionally Billericay Wickford, they're done in the depth of winter when we don't get the people there. So if we can start having meetings in the summer once the lockdown's over and have the crime kits, have Neighbourhood Watch, that would be a good thing if it's safe and legal to do. Do I need a seconder to have that added onto the work programme? Perfect. Right, so we all vote in favour of that amendment to the... Is that an amendment or an addition, Sarah?
Yeah, I mean, as long as members can just, if members just want to endorse a work programme with the inclusion of that, I'll just put it in the preamble before the recommendation. That's fine. If members are happy with that.
Lovely stuff. So I shall wrap up now. If everyone can unmute themselves.
Sorry, Chair. Do we get a chance to add on to that the work programme?
Sorry, I thought that was your only point. No, please.
No, it was just to add on what I said before, to bring back to this committee to understand what's happened with Basildon Side by Side, even if it's a short update.
Yeah, that's fine with me. No problem with that.
Yeah, we are. It is on the work programme, and we are anticipating an update from Dungey on that for the next meeting.
You content with that, Councillor Rimmer?
Yeah, I think we put inclusion and strategy on there, so it would be a specific line. But yes,
yeah,
it's added.
We've got two items. We've got Dungey's bringing back the Basildon Side by Side update and the inclusion.
Oh yeah, I do apologise. Yeah, no, I'm content with that. Sorry, ignore me.
It's on there.
Right, if all members, if that's everybody now, if you can all unmute yourselves. Councillor Golden, how will you be voting on the work programme?
Yeah, endorse the work programme.
Councillor Henry?
For.
Councillor Mackenzie?
In favour.
Councillor Rimmer?
In favour.
Councillor Yacoub?
Favour.
And I shall be voting in favour. I'd like to thank members, tenant leaseholder reps, officers, and our guest tonight, Kevin Blake, who saw this through to the bitter end. We did need... All we got through was 5 minutes worth of breaks. So when we have full council Thursday, let's see how long they last. Without having multitudes of little breaks. Perfect. Have a lovely evening.
You should just don't make as many points of order next time, Kerry.
I don't make points of order. Do you think I'm going to sit up there and go, point of order, R2D2, C3PO? And the mayor's like,
I need my beauty sleep, as you can obviously see, so I'm going to go to bed.
Good night. God bless, and I'll see you.
Take care, all. Bye.
Thank you.
Cheers,
bye.
Good night, all.
Good night. Good night.
Good night. All right, Carol.
Good night.
Good night.